Hello and welcome to Building Interactive Dashboards with Tableau. I'm Tony Kahl, a Tableau Desktop Qualified Associate, and I'm very excited for the opportunity to help you build awesome dashboards using Tableau. Before we dive in, just a little housekeeping. This data file that we'll be using to create the dashboards is available on the course website at pactpub.com, and the completed dashboards for each section are available on Tableau Public to interact with and download for reference. To follow along in this course, you'll need either Tableau Desktop 8.1 or Tableau Public 8.1, which is a free version for use with non-private data. If you use a later version like 8.2, you may notice some differences, but it really shouldn't be prohibitive to applying the content from this course. Finally, this course is geared towards someone who has a basic knowledge of Tableau and is already familiar with the interface, ready to take their dashboarding skills to the next level and produce dashboards that will truly impress the audience. If you haven't used Tableau before, I recommend you pausing this course and heading over to Tableau's great training section, which can get you on your feet with the tool. This course is divided into 8 topical sections with 5 hands-on videos in each. The first section will begin with a quick process outline to set you up for success in managing your dashboard project. Then we'll look at the basic elements of the user interface in the context of the end user's experience. In this section, we'll talk mostly about theory and process to help frame up the dashboards we'll be building in the following sections. Tableau was built from the ground up as an interactive data exploration and visualization tool, and it is exceptionally powerful for generating insights and building interactive dashboards on the fly. Interactive dashboards can empower individuals at any level of an organization and put the data they need in their hands in an easily digestible format. In the remainder of this video, we'll go through the high-level outline of the dashboard creation process. Before starting out, every dashboard project should have the purpose and end users defined. This will help set the tone and help you determine the usefulness of each dashboard element that you apply, if it fulfills the goal of helping these people accomplish this goal. In general, the more specific you can be with this goal, the easier it is to be successful. I recommend creating a few mock-ups of ideas to take to your end users during the initial project discussions. This can really help direct the conversation of what they would like to see in a dashboard, and it's much easier to make adjustments to an existing idea than to try to come up with fresh ideas on the spot. You're also better prepared to answer questions like, how easy would it be to do X, or is Y possible? Remember to keep each page of the dashboard focused. Every element on the page should help them answer a specific question, and drill-down functionality should be used to show more detailed information or to tease out root causes. If you're tempted to try to show everything on one page like a 20 KPI scorecard, please refrain. Your dashboard and your users will do best to look at a concise message and not get overwhelmed by too much information at once. We really want to keep it simple. You can always create a link to another dashboard if need be. After your planning meeting with your end users, you can begin to create prototypes of the different views or pages of the dashboard, and note the data location and accessibility of the data that you'll need in order to generate each element. For the final dashboard, try to use direct connections to the data source or extracts based on those direct connections, as opposed to exporting from a program to Excel, then refreshing the data. This will help save you time and hassle in the long run and improve the accuracy and reliability of the dashboard, where you're maintaining just one source of truth, which is the source database, instead of multiple steps along the way. With other reporting software like SQL Server Reporting Services or Cognos, you would normally have to use Microsoft Excel or a desktop publishing program to design and lay out your views prototype in order to get it done in a timely manner and maintain flexibility through the revision process. But with Tableau, it's just as easy to prototype within the desktop software. This can save you a lot of work later, while of course increasing your experience with the program. Once your prototypes are ready, demonstrate to your end users and stakeholders how to utilize the dashboard interactively. Throughout this process, emphasize how the dashboard meets their specific purpose and end goal. Your users will undoubtedly provide feedback on how the dashboard can be improved to aid them better. Listen to their opinions and evaluate how best you can meet their expectations. Clarify their expectations clearly before incorporating them into the dashboard. Demonstrate to your end users again. This iterative feedback loop may take several tries, and it certainly doesn't end even after you've published the final version. After achieving a dashboard that best meets your end users' expectations, publish it and make it easily accessible, ideally in a central location such as Tableau server or a file server. Tableau provides several products to facilitate this, which we'll cover in the final section of this course. So now that we've covered the 30,000-foot view of a successful dashboard project, in the next video we'll dive into Tableau and cover the different chart types available and when to use them. In the last video, we went through the pre-deployment checklist. In this video, we'll be using the Show Me tool and exploring chart types. One of the first things you probably saw when you were learning to use Tableau was the Show Me menu, which can be really helpful if you're brainstorming new ways to look at your data. The downside to this tool is that just because Tableau will let you choose a particular visualization, or viz for short, does not mean it's the most effective view or even a good view for your data at all. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Bear with me for a brief moment to look at a few principles from the science of visual perception. When your eyes and brain are making comparisons trying to extract meaning, it's very tough to make comparisons with a list of numbers, like Figure 1. Fixing the decimal point position, like in Figure 2, greatly improves the speed of analysis here, and sorting, like in Figure 3, improves upon that even further. While a pie chart may be tempting to use here, like in Figure 4, it does not allow for non-obvious comparison, like the difference between rows 1 and 2 and 4 and 5. Radial or angular comparisons are tough for our mind. With the bar chart in Figure 5, however, the comparison is possible at a quick glance. We can enhance the accuracy further by providing the viewer with tooltips, leaving intact the precision of a data table with the quick comprehension of a bar chart. Bar charts, scatter plots, line graphs, and other positional visualizations are quick and easy for our brain to understand accurately. Vizzes that require us to use our retinas, like color, size, shape, shading or saturation, orientation, like up-down arrows, and textures, are much harder or at least slower to process. I like to call these secondary marks, which can be used to add another layer of meaning to a positional chart. For example, a bar chart of sales, colored green to red by margin. The viewer cares first and foremost about the sales, but would also like to get a sense of profitability within each bar. It's tough and in practice unreasonable to try to differentiate between two close shades, but when precision is less important than getting an idea for an approximate degree of good or bad, color is very effective at a quick glance. If you deal with geographies at all, using a map can be very engaging and informative for your end user, and I recommend incorporating these vizzes wherever it can add value. Here, color is our primary mark type, demonstrating in this case sales amount. This type of chart is helpful for identifying outliers or geographic trends, but if you wanted to know the top 10 states based on sales, a ranked bar chart is probably a much better bet. Maybe you could even float a small bar chart over top of Bermuda here and get the best of both worlds. Bullet charts, or using reference lines in general, can be very nice for period-over-period comparisons or showing actuals versus goal or budget. On the other end of the spectrum, due to their lack of a positional axis, bubble charts and tree maps, while they can look pretty, are tough to use effectively as a primary chart type, and I generally discourage them unless you have a bulletproof reason. Now we have some basic viz theory behind us, what types of charts and marks to lean on first, and a few to avoid if possible. If you do run into that situation where an important stakeholder is adamant about using a pie chart or a tree map, I recommend building them what they want and showing it to them side by side with your recommendation, a bar chart or whatnot. Highlight the efficiency and precision of using the linear axis on your recommendation, but at the end of the day, it is their decision whether pie is as good to look at as it is to eat. To summarize, the most important information with comparisons on your dashboard should be shown on a positional axis. This will allow the user to quickly comprehend the key information. For secondary information, you can leverage color, shape, shading, or alternative chart types to convey supporting information. Bullet charts or reference lines are great for period-over-period comparisons or actual versus target. And ultimately, you want to choose the chart type that makes the information as easy as possible to consume by your audience. We'll move on to the fun stuff next video when we start working with user-facing filtering. In the last video, we looked at the Show Me feature and how to use chart types appropriately. In this video, we'll walk through how to effectively implement user-facing filters on your dashboards. One of the most basic interactive features you can incorporate into a dashboard is the ability for a user to filter or slice the data. Filtering allows your user to see the dashboard with only the data they're interested in. For example, a specific region, category, or time frame. The simplest tool to allow this is a checkbox style list containing each relevant value. Let's start by opening Tableau, clicking Connect to Data, and choosing the Superstore dataset that shipped with Tableau. And click Microsoft Excel and navigate to whatever folder yours is in. Click Open. Let's import the orders table. And now Tableau has loaded in all the data from that Excel worksheet. We'll make a quick viz here to illustrate quick filters. Drag sales to the row shelf, and right-click drag order date to the column shelf. This is a shortcut way of letting us choose the aggregation level before it's placed onto the chart. If we choose a continuous date type, it will give us a trend over time. If we choose a discrete date type indicated by the blue icon, then it will group the data by those buckets. So we'd have 4 buckets, one for each quarter, instead of a trend of quarters over time. So let's go ahead and pick continuous quarter order date. Now let's drag region to color. You can create a quick filter easily by dragging the dimension to your filter shelf. Let's use product category. Just clicking and dragging into filters. And let's go ahead and check furniture and office supplies. And then click OK. Now we'll right click on the filter and click Show Quick Filter. You can see our selections are pre-populated and we can easily change them here. There are other types of filters that may be more appropriate based on your data, like a single select list, which is just radio buttons, or maybe a single value drop-down list. The multiple values list is what we just had. There's also sliders and multiple values drop-down, so the drop-down with the checkboxes. So now let's try a filter based on time. I'm going to hold Control and drag quarter of order date into filters, and then choose relative date next. If we hit OK without choosing anything, you can see there's no data already for today. Just right click and choose Show Quick Filter. Continuous date filters take on a new level of flexibility and complexity without the ability to customize the interface appropriately for your users. I find this feature great for analytical dashboards that other analysts or I would use, but because it's so open-ended, it's best avoided since it can be overwhelming and confusing to a less familiar end user when distributing to a broader audience. For example, the user could choose next 3 months, even though all we have is historical data and would get no data returned. In these cases, I find a parameterized set of predefined date ranges that I know the users are interested in, like last 15 days, last 15 weeks, last 15 months. Then we can use calculated fields to define both the time period and the aggregation level for the user. We'll run through this interesting and very useful example in the next video when we cover parameters. Finally, the most engaging and informative type of filter is to use a viz as a filter. This can be any normal viz on your dashboard, or a special viz you create just to use as a filter. Let's use the same viz we were working on. Go ahead and get rid of the order date filter. And now we want to build a bar chart of category to use instead of a drop-down menu, since this list really doesn't enhance the user's comprehension of the context of the data. So let's create another sheet. We're going to make a bar chart showing sales by category. Now let's turn it into a bar. And we'll get rid of the labels, move them to the columns, and then we'll make this chart quite a bit shorter. Now if we make a dashboard by clicking the Create New Dashboard button, we drag Sheet 1 out, we drag Sheet 2 out as well, adjust the size a little bit, and then click this action arrow and choose Use as Filter. And we can use this chart to filter the rest of the charts on this dashboard. Now we can quickly get a high-level picture of the sales of each department before we even filter. Now we know how to use even the most basic interactive functionality of the dashboard, the filters, to enhance the user's comprehension of the information. In the next video, we'll learn how to give them even more control by using parameters. To summarize, we learned the importance of interactivity in its most simple form, the ability to filter or drill into data. Tableau empowers us to create quick filters using traditional selection methods like checkboxes and drop-down lists out of any dimension or measure in the filter shelf. We can also easily use any chart on our dashboard as a filter, creating more context for the user to understand what they're drilling into. Now that we know how to use filters on our dash to enhance the user's comprehension of the information, we'll dive into parameters to give them even more control of the elements on the dashboard. Let's say we want the user to be able to set a target, as in a what-if scenario. We can set up a parameter to allow the user to control this number, which will then feed into our viz. For example, if we're trying to see how many of our orders get shipped on time, we can use a parameter to change that goal, and the user will have full control to adjust it. A parameter is independent of any data set and lives within the Tableau workbook, not the data source metadata. It needs to be referenced in a calculated field in order to affect the viz. Here we have our order processing target slider, our parameter details. It's set to an integer with a range between 1 and 7. And then the calculated field that is affected by that parameter, shipped on time, which we use to tell the viz how to deal with the parameter. Calculated fields are a major part of most real-life dashboards, allowing us to perform a number of functions and calculations on the data we pull in from the data source. Let's take a look using the example I mentioned from the last video. Define date ranges of last 15 days, last 15 weeks, and last 15 months. The issue here is that our user could select any time frame, including future dates, which could mess up our viz, lead to viewer frustration, or worst case display unexpected and incorrect information for what the user is trying to accomplish. First, we'll create a new parameter by right-clicking anywhere by your dimensions or measures, and click Create Parameter. Let's name it Timeframe, and choose String for a data type. We'll then create the list of values that we want the user to be able to choose from. Last 15 days, 15 weeks. I'm pressing Enter to tab between these lines. Last 15 months. And then we'll choose OK. Right-click on the timeframe parameter and choose Show Parameter. It now appears on the sheet, and all the options are there. We can click through, but as you can see, it's not changing anything. We need to pair it to at least one calculated field in order to have it affect our data and our viz. We're now going to create a calculated field called timeframe start date. It's going to take our timeframe parameter and assign a start date based on the selection. Right-click anywhere on the dimensions or measures and choose Create Calculated Field. Since we right-click next to Ship Mode automatically popped up in the formula, but you can easily delete that. We're going to call this calculated field timeframe start date. We're going to use a case function with the timeframe parameter. So when the timeframe says last 15 days, we want to subtract 15 days from today and return that date. That will define the first day that we want to include in our date region for our data. Next, when the last 15 weeks option is selected, we want to subtract 15 weeks from the date trunk week of today, which is the first day of this week. That'll help prevent partial weeks from showing up at the beginning of our data. We want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. Then, we'll include one more option for the last 15 months using the exact same syntax, except for replacing week with month. Finally, to close the case statement, we need to type end. And one more thing to note while we're on the calculated field dialog. If you're not familiar with this or any function available, Tableau is very helpful by showing you the definition, variables, and an example if you click on the name of the function. Now we need to use timeframe start date to determine if an order date falls before or after it. Let's make a new calculated field called date in timeframe, which will return a true or a false for us to use in a filter. In the longer second half of this function, we're also going to account for partial weeks and partial months that may have elapsed since the beginning of this week or month to make sure that we're not showing partial data, again helping compare apples to apples. We'll right click over here again, choose create calculated field. We'll call this date in timeframe. And since it's a true false, I always like to end those calculated field names with a question mark, just to let myself know that I'm expecting a yes or no. And just like we talked about, the first line here is comparing the start date to the order date. And this is our timeframe start date from the parameter or the calculated field we just made. And the order date has to be less than the first day of the week or month that we're currently in. Date trunc day of today really isn't going to do us any good. So we could technically remove that, but for consistency I left it in there. So let's hit OK, and then add date in timeframe to the filter shelf. Now if you don't see an option to select true, it just means you don't have any data that matches the time frame defined, which is the case here since the data in our data source only goes through 2012. In order to get around this for the purposes of our example, I'm going to go ahead and make a parameter with a date called report date that we can set to a date which we have data. To do this, let's close this filter dialog, right click, choose create parameter. Let's call this report date, and for data type, pick date, and for the current value, let's just do 1/11/2011, and hit OK. Now we need to adjust our calculated fields to use this parameter instead of the today function. Right click, edit, timeframe start date, and we're going to replace anywhere where it says today, open close paren, with our new time frame or our new report date parameter. Just double click report date to replace it. So highlight the today function, double click report date. It's doing the same thing as hitting delete and then inserting report date. Then we'll hit apply. And then we'll also do this for the last calculated field we made, date in time frame. Right click, edit, and replace today with report date. And OK. Now to see the parameter, let's right click on report date and do show parameter control. We see it's set to 1/11/2011. And now let's drag date and time frame back out to filters. And now we have a true option available because there are days here. Let's go ahead and hit OK. So now we have a filter on this worksheet for the last 15 days based on this report date. To test this out, let's drag order date to columns and go ahead and set it to exact date and sales to rows. So now we have a daily line chart of sales for the last 15 days. So now we have the right time frame being shown, but we need to control the aggregation level, so that way we'll always have 15 bars or points on the line. So if we go to 15 weeks, we have 15 times 7 worth of data points on here, and months is even worse. To do this, let's create a new calculated field based on the time frame parameter that will return the date of the aggregation period based on which time frame we select. We'll use a case statement and the date trunc function in order to truncate the order date at the day, week, and month levels. So to do this, right-click, create calculated field. We'll call this time frame interval, and we'll start with the case time frame, and then we'll add the cases when last 15 days, then give me the day of order date when last 15 weeks, then give me the week of the order date, and when last 15 months is selected, then give me the month of the order date. This will allow us to use the exact date which we selected to dictate the interval which the data is displayed. And let's finish this off with an end. Hit OK. So now let's get rid of order date and instead drag out time frame interval. And we'll set this to exact date. So now we've got 15 days of sales on a daily level. We switch to months. We now have months on a monthly level. And same thing for weeks. 15 weeks aggregated weekly. So now we've customized date aggregation based on the simple parameter and a few calculated fields. I wanted to show you this one in its entirety since it's so useful to me, and the concept remains the same for creating other parameters. In the next video, we'll walk through the calculation and visualization of a key performance indicator, or KPI. To summarize, we began to create this tool with the end in mind, a drop-down list with 3 selection options, and worked backwards to translate our goal into the logic that ties to our data. We identified the start date, then the full time frame for each parameter value. We filtered our viz to only show what was within the time frame. Then, we assigned a date aggregation level for each parameter value so that we'll have consistently 15 data points. Finally, we placed the aggregation level on our column shelf to draw the chart. In the last video, we created a parameter and tied it to our viz. In this video, we'll dive into the ship delay viz we peeked at last time to see how to use parameters to create what-if scenarios for our KPI. If you remember from last time, this is our order shipped on time viz, with parameters controlling our reference lines, colors, and goal lines. We're going to make this viz in this video. Key performance indicators are the lifeblood of data-driven decision making, and Tableau makes it easy to both compute and visualize these metrics. So let's jump right into an example here. We want to be able to see what percent of orders are shipped within 3 days. So let's start by right-clicking anywhere on the dimensions or measures and click Create Calculated Field. We'll name this field Days to Ship and just enter the simple row-level calculation, ship date minus order date. Ship date minus order date. Then hit OK and drag this field out to the column shelf. And set the default aggregation to average by right-clicking on it and going to measure and choosing average. Then drag sales out to the rows shelf, and we'll also aggregate this by average by right-clicking, going to measure, and choosing average. Now this is currently taking the average of all records in our database, but we want to break it out and see a scatter plot of each individual row ID. So let's drag row ID to the detail on the marks, and now we have a mark for each row in the database. You can see we have 8,399 marks, which corresponds with the number of row IDs we have in the database. Go ahead and set the mark type to circle, and we'll make it 50% transparency by clicking on color and dragging the transparency slider down. We can add meaning here by color coding each item by whether it was shipped on time or not. One side note to consider is that red-green color blindness affects something like 8% of white males and 0.5% of white females, so a more appropriate color scale may be blue-orange or blue-red, depending on your audience. To do this, let's make another calculated field. We'll call it shipped on time, and we'll give it the formula. If days to ship is less than or equal to 3, then we'll denote it as on time. Looks like I pasted in the wrong quotes here. Just replacing those. Otherwise, if days to ship is less than or equal to 6, then we want it to say minor delay. Otherwise, we want it to say delayed, and then in. So now let's drag that field out onto the color shelf. We can already see the different groups appear here, but let's give them more meaning by adding an intuitive color format. So for delayed, We'll choose red, minor delay yellow, and on time is good for green, and hit OK. Another way to look at this might be to see if there are any specific categories dragging us down. So let's say our goal is to have 85% of our orders shipped within 3 days. So we'll start by making a new calculated field and call it % shipped on time. We want this calculation to return a 1 if it's on time and a 0 if it's not on time, and then take the average of that formula, or that result. If shipped on time equals on time, then we return a 1, otherwise 0, and then of that whole thing, we take an average, and hit OK. Then we'll create another calculated field called shipped to on time met goal. And this will return true if the % shipped on time is greater than or equal to a goal that we need to set up. So let's start with our % shipped on time greater than or equal to, and right here from the screen we can create a parameter so that way the user can choose the goal they want to apply straight from the dashboard. We'll call this parameter ship on time goal. We'll leave it as a floating decimal point. Basically, this is any number where we want decimal precision as opposed to an integer, which does not allow any decimals. We'll display this as a range with a minimum of 50% and a maximum of 100%, with a step size 0.01, which means we don't allow tenths of a percent or anything smaller than that. They have to be in 1% increments. Then we'll hit OK, and we'll just add this to our formula. So this will return true when % shipped on time is greater than or equal to our goal. Let's go ahead and create a new sheet, and on it we'll drag out product subcategory to rows, as well as product category right in front of rows to group our subcategories by their parent category. Then we'll drag out % shipped on time to text, which is now displaying the percentage in aggregate for each of these subcategories. Then let's color this based on whether the ship time met the goal. So drag ship time to color. Now they're all returning false, which would be below goal because our goal is set to 100%. Let's go ahead and format the parameter as a %. Right click on it, default properties, number format, change it to a percentage with 0 decimal places. Then right click, show parameter control. As we toggle backwards, you can see that some of these start popping up as true, which are colored orange, as they pass our lowered ship threshold. Eventually, if our goal is low enough, they all become true. So what we need to do is assign a better looking color palette to these. So just double click on the name and double click on false. And we'll pick red, and double click on true. We'll pick green. Let's pick a darker green, and hit OK. So now those should stick as we go through our colors. Let's go ahead and format this label as a percentage. Just right click on this field, click format, and under the numbers percentage, let's just use 1 decimal point. So really quick, let's create a new dashboard to tie these together. We'll drag sheet 1 out, as well as sheet 2, but I'm going to hold shift to drop this as a floating object. I'm going to make it a little bigger. Let's make this dashboard a bit wider. Clicking on size, let's just make it desktop size, and we'll move ship on time goal and hold shift to drag it into this container. And we can go ahead and close the color legend. When you have red and green, it's really intuitive, so we don't really need a legend at all. We can drag this further over into the corner. Maybe we'll make this a little shorter since we're working with a limited screen real estate here. Make this just a bit taller. So now in order to filter this sheet 1 by sheet 2, click on sheet 2, click the action arrow, and choose Use as Filter. Now we can look at, say, just the rubber band orders and see we probably need to keep more of those in stock. If we go on envelopes, looks like a few poor souls waited over 80 days for some horribly back-ordered envelopes. So there's a lot of insights you can drive just by using a action filter. So if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed with calculated fields, I recommend investing some additional time on Tableau's relevant video tutorials and practicing to become familiar with them. Calculated fields can do everything from extremely powerful nested decision trees to simple true-false or Boolean tests like we've been doing. So the more proficient you are with them, the better. So now that we've covered some of the background and basics of visual analytics in Tableau, in the next section, we'll create a strategic or executive dashboard to provide the Superstore leadership with high-level view of their company. To summarize, we start by creating a series of calculated fields that will align our data with our KPI buckets, showing us if it has met or missed the goal. Then, we'll display the information in a quickly consumable format, typically using color to highlight met or missed goal at a glance. You can also provide your users with an extra level of control or the ability to easily contrive what-if scenarios by using parameters instead of hard-coded numbers in your calculated fields. In the last section, we covered the basics and positioned ourselves to make great product. In this section, we'll walk through the creation of an executive or strategic dashboard. In this video, we'll look at understanding the executive dashboard development process, some best practices, and we'll go over the dashboard we'll be making in this section. This will include creating text elements, calculating period-over-period changes, visualizing comparisons with bullet charts, and finally arranging sheets on a dashboard. An executive dashboard is one utilized by the strategic leaders of an organization and is generally the most simple type of dashboard from a layout and content perspective. The goal is typically to convey a few key metrics with just enough detail to provide a story, but not enough to drown the viewer. Exploratory interactivity is not usually necessary. They don't have the time to do their own digging, but a limited amount of control can make it very engaging. Another point to consider is the frequency with which the dashboard will be viewed. The higher-level executives will likely be more interested with longer-term trends and periodic updates, leaving the execution and day-to-day management in their team's hands. This means that they'll probably not be viewing the dashboard very frequently, which in turn means we should make the interface as simple and self-explanatory as possible. We want our audience to get it without having to first read instructions or learn an interface. If they access the dashboard, say, monthly, they'll have forgotten the instructions from the last time and will have to relearn. This is not an effective use of their time, and you'd likely be asked to rebuild it in a more easy-to-use format. Our task here is to make a quarterly sales dashboard for the executive team of Superstore, the sample office supply company database that comes with Tableau, which we'll be using throughout this video series. In the top left, we have the report quarter, which is controlled by this parameter slider, like what we built in the first section, allowing the viewer to go back in time to view previous quarters. Below that, we have our text elements, which can communicate important numbers very quickly. We should always use these sparingly in order to avoid overwhelming the user with a sea of numbers. But if they are the key indicators that audience requires, it's always good to place them prominently on the dashboard. The numeric elements, dollar amount, and percent change are individual sheets on their own. The text following them is an actual dashboard text box, and this one actually references the report quarter parameter for context. Below the text elements is a quarterly sales trend chart to provide context to the current quarter's performance. Finally, on the right, we have a breakdown of performance by category. The black reference line provides a reference point for performance versus the prior quarter. The color of the bar is indicative of the percentage change. To recap, we've set ourselves up for success by keeping in mind the key elements of an executive or strategic dashboard. Number 1, focus on the content. Don't flood the viewer with non-vital information. Number 2, simplify the interface, if it has one at all. We need to make it foolproof without instructions to our user. Number 3, use descriptive labeling. We want to essentially write a sentence with our key numbers to help the user quickly understand the information. Now that we have a scope of the project, in the next video, we'll be diving right in to create the text elements. In the last video, we covered the basics of executive dashboarding. Now, in this video, we'll be putting that to use by creating the text elements for our dashboard. When we have a very important number to call out, it can be effective to simply show the number on the dashboard with a descriptive label for context. Let's start by creating a brand new Tableau file. We'll connect to data, our Microsoft Excel file, with our Superstore sales. We'll connect to the orders table. And now we're ready to go. The first thing we'll do is to create a parameter. We need a parameter to allow the user to select which quarter they'd like to view. So right-click anywhere in the Dimensions or Measures boxes and click Create Parameter. Let's name it Report Quarter and change the data type to Date. Let's clear the values it has listed here, and instead we'll use a range with a minimum value January 1st, 2009, and a maximum value of December 31st, 2012. Our step size is going to be 1 quarters, and then we'll click OK. Now we need a calculated field to leverage our parameter with our dashboard. So right-click, create calculated field. We'll name this in report quarter. We're going to make this a Boolean statement. We want this to return true whenever the quarter of the order date is the same as the report quarter that we've selected. So let's use the date trunc formula. Date trunc quarter of the order date equals report quarter. This will return true or false. Now let's drag sales out to the label and in report quarter to the filters. What's happening here is that there's no match between any of our quarter of order dates and the report quarter that we've selected. So let's hit cancel. We'll set our report quarter to something where there will be data. Let's just go 1/1/2012. And then we'll try dragging in report quarter out again and select true. You can see our sales is now filtered down to just that 1 quarter and functions when we toggle through our parameter. So now we have a working number, but let's dress it up a bit to make it stand out a bit more in our dashboard. Right click and choose Format, and on the worksheet let's change the font to Trebuchet. Let's make the font size say 24. Now let's change the number format by clicking Fields, Sum of Sales, and then changing the default number format to Currency Custom. Let's say no decimal points, and we want the units to be in thousands. That looks a lot cleaner now. The hard part's done, so now let's add it to the dashboard along with a label. Click the Dashboard button to create a new dashboard, and drag the sheet out onto the dashboard. We're going to drag it out as a floating object, so since we're set to tiled, we can hold Shift to toggle and switch to floating. Any parameters, filters, or legends you have showing on the sheet will follow along too, just like our report quarter did. Before we go any further, let's set our dashboard size. I'm going to use exactly 1080 by 570 since I'm recording this course in 720p and I want it to fit, but we'll talk later about the best sizes to use for your audience. So let's shrink this up just a little bit. And now we'll drag report quarter up to the top left. Then hide the sheet title by right-clicking on it and choosing Hide Title. Next to the sales figure, let's drag out a floating text box for our label. We'll go ahead and add new sheets and objects as floating and drag text out next to our label. We'll say total sales in and then have a space, and then we'll insert our parameter report quarter. Let's make the whole thing Trebuchet. Trebuchet is a great web-safe font, and it's pretty much my go-to font in Tableau. So let's change this to 12 and bold. Then hit OK. That's not quite the format we want for the date, so let's go back and edit it. Click on any dashboard sheet, right-click on Report Quarter, Default Properties, Date Format. We want to go ahead and choose the year and then the quarter, and then hit OK. Now back on our dashboard, the changes are reflected. And finally, let's label our parameter in a more appealing way. First, we'll click the menu arrow, go to Customize, and say Uncheck Show Readout. We'll also right-click and hide the title. We'll shrink this up just a bit and move it a little down. Now we'll make a new text box, and in here we're just going to put the report quarter. We'll make it a Trebuchet again with a large font size, bolded, and hit OK. So now when we toggle through, we get a large updated label and all of our data updates. You can see we have a little overlap here, so let's account for that by dragging this over. To recap, in this video we learned that an effective use for a text element is to sparingly call out our very few important numbers. To make them, we created a new sheet, added our filters, and drug out the metric as a label. Then on our dashboard, we dragged out the sheet onto the canvas and added a label using a text box. In the next video, we'll dive into period-over-period calculations. In the last video, we created a text element to highlight an important number on our dashboard. Now we're going to take that one step further with a quarter-over-quarter calculation we can use in both a text element and a bar chart. For comparisons over time, you can generally use table calculations, which we'll cover later in this course, but since we only want to display the value from a single point in time, tied to our report date parameter, a few easy calculated fields are, I think, the most straightforward way to go. Remember that there's usually more than one way to achieve the same result, so by learning multiple methods you can apply the best fit to each of your projects. To get started, we'll need 4 more calculated fields. First, let's create a new sheet. We need to first identify the prior quarter's sales. We've got in report quarter, so why don't we duplicate this and we'll create in prior quarter. So we'll right click on the copy, click edit, and let's name this in prior quarter. Now to make it reflect the prior quarter or one less quarter than the quarter selected, we'll do a date add function, date add quarter -1 to the report quarter. And if you click on date add, it'll give you the syntax down here. It adds an increment to the specified date and returns a new date. So we're subtracting 1 quarter from report quarter. So this function will return true when the order date is in the quarter prior to the selected report quarter. Let's take a second to view the data to get a closer look at what this is doing. Just go up here to the View Data button. We can see there's the in report quarter and the in prior quarter. Here as we scroll down the order dates, we can see a group here turn true when they're in our report quarter here. And then a group here is in the quarter prior to our report quarter, so they're true, and the rest of the data is false. Next, we'll create a sales in report quarter field. Right-click, create calculated field. Let's call this sales in report quarter. And we just want to make a simple if statement. If in report quarter, so if that is true, then return the sales. And this will give us either sales if it's in the report quarter or null if it's not. And then hit OK. Then let's duplicate this. And we'll edit the copy. And instead of in report quarter, we'll change it to in prior quarter. And we'll say sales in prior quarter. This will return sales for any of the orders that take place in the prior quarter. Otherwise, it'll be null. And then we'll make a final calculated field, which will take our sales in the report quarter and then divide it by the sales in the prior quarter. We want to use the sum function. So we're going to use sum of sales in report quarter divided by sum of sales in the prior quarter minus 1. Let's call this sales growth QOQ for quarter over quarter. And then we'll hit OK. Let's go ahead and view our data again to see how those calculations manifest themselves. So we're looking for sales in report quarter and sales in prior quarter. Here you can see both of those fields. Those should all be null except for the months that they correspond to. So as we scroll down here, we should see there's sales in report quarter. And now there's some sales in the prior quarter. Those should correspond to the actual order dates that are either in or out of our report quarter. So now let's drag out sales growth, QOQ. So we can see we have 19% growth quarter over quarter for the selected quarter. Let's fix the formatting by first right-clicking our sales figure tab and click Copy Formatting. Then right-click, Paste Formatting onto our new sheet. So we've got the same size and font face and many other attributes are able to be copied straight over that way, but some attributes are not. Just something to be aware of. So let's go ahead and format this as a percentage. Right click on it, click Format, and go to Fields and Sales Growth quarter over quarter. Under Default, we want to choose percentage. Let's go ahead and set it to 1 decimal place. But when it's positive, we want to show a plus sign in front instead of just a non-signed number to show that it's actually an increase. So we click on Custom. It'll give us the format that it's already applied. We can change this format to, for a positive number, we want a plus in front. Then add a semicolon and type in the format we want for the negative number, which would be negative 0.0%. If we wanted to also indicate the format for exact 0 number, we could type anything we want here. We could say 0% change, or we could say no change, whatever we want to do. I'm going to go ahead and not worry about it for this. Now let's give it a meaningful color scale. I'm going to hold Control and drag sales growth to color. That's going to create a copy. So in addition to being on the label, it's also going to drive the color. Click the down arrow in the legend. Click Edit. We want this to be red-green diverging. We want to use Advanced. Let's use Stepped Color with 2 steps. So we can use this red for one end and this green for another end. We want it to start at, let's say, -1. We'll end at +1. And the center should be at 0. So now any negative numbers will be red, any positive numbers will be green. And hit Apply. So now our number is green because it's positive. So now we can head back out to our dashboard and drag this sheet out onto the canvas. We'll close our formatting panel and drag sheet 2 right underneath sheet 1. We'll right click and hide the title. We can also hide the legend because red-green is self-explanatory. And then we can drag out another text box as a label. We'll just say from prior quarter. Course, change it to trebuchet, and bold. So now we've got these annoying boxes around our numbers. We can right click and click format, go up to the borders, and then for these are called row dividers and column dividers, and we'll set these to be none, and those go away magically. We'll do the same for this sheet. None and none. Beautiful. So to recap, we use the date trunc and the date add functions in calculated fields to determine the rows we want to compare. Then we used an aggregate function, sum, in a calculated field to compare the two time periods. In the next video, we'll leverage these quarter-over-quarter fields to make a comparison chart. In the last video, we wrote our period-over-period calculated fields. In this video, we'll leverage those fields to create a bullet chart to view the growth by product subcategory. First, we'll create a new sheet and drag out product category and product subcategory to the rows. Then we'll drag sales and report quarter out to the column shelf. You can actually build a bullet chart through Show Me, but sometimes the results are unpredictable and you have to rely on Tableau to pick which measure is the bar chart and which measure is the reference line. So I prefer to make them myself. So let's go ahead and close Show Me. We'll make this a little narrower. And then we'll go ahead and sort by our sales and report quarter. So we're going to go to product category, sort. We want to sort descending by a field, which is sales and report quarter, and hit apply. We'll do the same for product subcategory. Descending by sales and report quarter. That looks better. Now to color the lines based on the percentage change in sales, let's just drag sales growth quarter over quarter into the color shelf. We can adjust the scale to better fit the range that we're looking at, although we can really see that binders is a big increase this time compared to the others. So we'll just go edit colors, and we'll go to advanced, and we'll set our range to be between negative 50% and positive 100%, with the center at 0. So now our full color range, anything over 100% will be the same color, anything under 50% negative would be the same color, and anything in between would be a varying shade. So we'll go ahead and hit OK. Again, if you want your viz to be colorblind friendly, make sure to not use a green to red scale, maybe blue to orange, but you'll need to include a legend for that. So then to create the bullet chart comparison line feature, we need a reference line to show the comparison quarter. In order to have that metric displayed as a reference line, it needs to already be included in the viz somewhere, or to be a parameter in your workbook. Since our prior quarter sales is not already in there, we need to drag it in. So sales in prior quarter is now in the marks card. And then to add the reference line, right-click on the axis that the reference line should be on, and click Add Reference Line Band or Box. We're going to add a line, and it's going to be per cell. So here's a good way to think about this. Each of these product categories, furniture, technology, office supplies, those are panes. Each category is a pane. Each product subcategory is a cell, so each bar is its own cell. The entire table is all of this together. So we want individual reference lines for each bar, which would be the per cell scope. We want the line to be the value sales in prior quarter. We want it to be the sum. We don't want a label, and that's generally the case, so we're going to select none. For the line, let's just make it dark. And we won't have any fill above or below, although that's a good indication for other vizzes of whether something's positive or negative. So then we'll hit OK. and we've got a reference line that shows the previous quarter's sales for each bar. Now if we show our report quarter parameter control, we can toggle through the quarters and see that our data changes each quarter. It's working as expected. The second chart we'll make is the quarterly sales trend. Let's go ahead and give the sheet a name before we move on. We'll just call it bar chart. We'll go ahead and make a new sheet. We'll drag out order date to columns and sales to rows. Let's switch the order date from discrete year to continuous quarter to create our trend line. Let's click the color box and color the line gray. This could be good enough. It certainly conveys the information we want to display, but let's add a little flair by using some large circles as data points, connected by these lines. Let's control-click to drag another copy of sales next to itself. If you weren't aware, control-click and drag is a really handy feature of Tableau that lets you copy a pill you've already placed on your viz. This is something I use every time I use Tableau. Right-click the new axis and click Dual Axis. Now you can see our marks are on their own axes, but they're right over top of each other because they're exactly the same. We want to make sure these stay locked though, because we're going to change our line to circles in a minute. So right-click on the new axes and click Synchronize Axis. Now they're locked. Now you'll notice over on the marks card, we have three different items. We have all, sum of sales, and sum of sales to. It's here that we can edit measures on our viz, or we can edit them all together. So let's go to the copy of sales that we have on here, and we'll change from a line, automatic line, to circle. And let's increase the size a bit. Now we can also highlight the report quarter by dragging out in report quarter to our color, just for the circle tab. So now we can see exactly which quarter we're looking at. Let's go ahead and change our colors back the way we want them. Sales should be gray. And in report quarter, if it's not the quarter we're looking at, we want it to be gray. If it is the quarter we're looking at, let's make it black. And then hit apply. The intention here is to make it easy to see which quarter the user is viewing. The gray looks a little dark in order to distinguish it from the black, so let's go ahead and lighten that up. We'll go to the Tableau 20 and choose the light gray there. That should help. We'll do the same for false. Tableau 20, light gray. There, that's a lot better. To recap the process of building a bullet chart, we use the reference line as the bullet mark. We add the bullet dimension to the viz by dragging it out to the detail box or anywhere in the marks card. We can create a reference line by right-clicking on the axis and choosing Add Reference Line, and we can select the bullet dimension and desired aggregation from the drop-down menus. After the bullet chart, we finished with a time trend chart to contextualize our sales. Now that we've completed all the elements of the dashboard, in the next video we'll work with arranging elements on our dashboard. In the last video, we covered the creation of bullet charts and trend charts for comparison. In this video, we'll be putting the dashboard together and learning our way around the dashboard layout process. To begin, we'll start where we left off on the dashboard with our text elements. We already resized the dashboard to exactly what would fit for the purposes of this screencast, but when choosing a dashboard size, I've had the best results by first figuring out what types of devices the dashboard will be regularly viewed on, and build it to fit with the smallest dimensions in mind. If your users won't be trying to view it on iPad, laptops and projectors tend to have the next smallest sizing constraints. So far, we've inserted these objects as floating, but we can also use a tiled layout structure or both. We can also use these horizontal and vertical containers to help us keep floating objects grouped together and organized. Containers essentially create groups of objects and make it easy to adjust the size and placement of the group together. Let's do that now for our two text elements and their labels. Drag a vertical object onto the dashboard, and before we release the mouse button, hold the Shift key. This toggles the tiled versus floating placement. We can always change it later, but let's drop it in the way we want it, floating. If you'd like to change the default, make your choice under the Add New Sheets and Objects as tiled or floating. You can always make an exception by holding Shift before you let go of the mouse button. Now let's divide the new vertical container with 2 horizontal containers, one for each row. That will let us line up the label to the right of the number. So drag out the horizontal container and drop it into the vertical container. Now drag out a second horizontal container into the top or bottom of the vertical container. Now we can use the layout tree to see and select the different elements we have on the dashboard, like these 2 horizontal containers inside the vertical container. Let's click on the sales number, grab the handle, and we'll hold Shift to place it into the top tiled vertical container. Then let's grab the label and drop it, holding Shift, to the right of that. We can adjust the size between these two by dragging in between them. Now let's drag the percentage into the box as well, holding the Shift key, and we'll drag the label in as well next to it, also holding the Shift key. The easiest way to line these two up is to select from the vertical container and drag it over to the arrow, which indicates the space between the other objects. Now let's shrink the entire vertical container, make it a little bit bigger, and now we have a layout group that we can drag around together. Now our numbers are currently stuck in the top left of each view, but we can fix that by fitting the contents to the entire frame. So go up here to where it says Normal and choose Entire View. Do the same for the percentage, and let's adjust the vertical spacing. That's looking good. So it's time to insert the 2 charts we made earlier. We're going to insert them as tiled elements, so start by dragging the bar chart out first. Since there are no other tiled elements, only floating elements, the sheet takes up the entire dashboard. Let's drag the line chart out to the left of it. You can see the helpful hints by Tableau as to where it's going to place these when you release the mouse button. Let's keep it on the left half of the screen here. And now we'll need to create some space at the top to push the sales trend down. Let's just drag out a blank object to the top half of this quadrant. Let's go ahead and close our legends. Tableau is warning us that it's going to get rid of the 3 items inside by closing the entire container. That's what we want to do. We can go ahead and click delete. Let's select the bar chart and set that to take up the entire view so it stretches top to bottom and left to right. We can also hide one of these axes labels in order to space this out a little bit. Right click on it and uncheck Show Header. We could probably afford to give it a little more breathing room. So let's shrink up the bar chart a bit. And let's also give the labels here a little bit more room as well. There, that's looking good. So now we have a sharp-looking, functional, strategic dashboard. That wraps up this dashboard project. A few key highlights from this section. Before you try to get your dashboard looking perfect, make sure you know what devices it will be viewed on and build it to fit the smallest dimensions. If you're publishing to Tableau server, using a fixed dashboard size can improve render time since it can cache the images that it draws for the dashboard instead of redrawing them for each user. Horizontal and vertical containers can help you align, group, and arrange elements on your dashboard, but floating elements give you pixel-perfect control. And finally, you can control each object's fit to its frame using the drop-down menu. In the next section, we'll walk through the creation of a tactical dashboard for managing progress towards goals. In the last section, we built a dashboard conveying Superstore's key sales metrics to an executive-level audience. In this section, we'll be diving a level deeper into tactical dashboards, which are generally used for managing departments or broader goals, and tend to focus a bit more in depth on a single area. We'll dive into 3 different visualizations that can help depict snapshot status and draw attention to important areas. Those are waterfall, heat map, and geographical maps. Finally, in the fifth video in this section, we'll use dashboard actions to link the objects together. This type of tactical dashboard project requires more detail than an executive level dashboard, but typically not as much as an operational level dashboard, which we'll cover in section 4. We want to allow the users to focus on what's important to them and be able to zoom in on areas of interest. An introductory sheet or a few bullets to explain the features and functionality can go a long way to drive adoption and satisfaction with your audience. Our task for this section will be to help Superstore's Margin Improvement Committee build a strategy to improve corporate profit by answering questions around which categories, regions, and products are failing to perform and need the most attention. We want to compare our quarterly performance against a margin goal to find areas where we should target to improve. The charts we'll implement in this section will provide the best visual tools to answer these questions. This type of chart is called a waterfall chart, and it allows us to see how parts of a whole compare to each other and add up together. In this example, which shows the sum of profit, you'll notice that our furniture category, and specifically our tables, are clearly driving down our profit and are the areas performing most poorly. Our margin goal line is above the last bar on the chart, indicating we finished below goal. We can change our goal using the margin goal parameter. On the right, we have a heat map showing the same sum of profit, but broken out by region. This can quickly show us if the impact is constrained to a certain region or if it's widespread. When referencing geographies, it's usually helpful to put them on a map. Viewing profit by state can allow us to look one level deeper while exploring our regions. Finally, we have a simple bar chart of our top 15 unprofitable products, colored by category to help us quickly distinguish any patterns. Overall, the product we lost the most money on this quarter was Hoover Porta-Power Portable Vacuum. A natural next step might be to provide a trend over time for each product to see if this is an anomaly or something we shouldn't try to sell. Now, all this information is somewhat helpful by itself, but the piece that dramatically improves its effectiveness is the interactivity. When we click on Tables, we see the other sheet's focus, showing that Central and East are where most of the losses are happening. This feature is called using a sheet as a filter. Down on our map, only the states where the tables were sold are colored, and the color is based on their profitability. In Minnesota, for example, by selling tables, we lost $4,300, which was driven by the sales of these two conference tables. We can use any and all sheets on a dashboard to filter any or all of the others. We'll explore this functionality in the last video in this section, but suffice to say, this provides our users with a vital level of control to be able to get under the hood of the data and extract insights. So to recap, we'll be creating our tactical dashboard with a few key ideas in mind. Ease of use is still paramount, but adding a few layers of intuitive interactivity can really put the power of information into your viewers' hands. You include an instruction sheet, or otherwise introduce your users to the interactivity features of Tableau. Providing multiple perspectives side by side on the same data can be useful to quickly identify outliers that might not be uncovered through a hierarchical drill-down process. Now that we have a scope of the project, in the next video, we'll be diving right in creating the text elements. In the last video, we covered the basics of tactical dashboarding. Now in this video, we'll start putting that to use by creating the waterfall chart for our dashboard. The waterfall chart is a great way to show parts of a whole when negative numbers are involved, or when a stacked bar chart would be too cluttered. We have to invoke a small Tableau hack to build the chart, but it's relatively straightforward for the value of this viz. I've saved our Section 2 working file as a Section 3 working file and have just deleted the sheets so we can start fresh but still have our same calculated fields available to us. We'll start by dragging out product category and product subcategory to the column shelf, sum of profit to the rows shelf, and our calculated field that we made last time in report quarter into the filter shelf. And we'll choose true. Click on the sum of profit pill and we'll add a quick table calculation, running total. Then we'll go ahead and switch our mark type to Gantt. And you can see the outline of our chart is taking shape. Now we need to inflate the lines into boxes by creating a calculated field called inverse profit, or profit inverse. Right-click, create calculated field, profit inverse, and all we want to do is take negative profit. Click OK, and go ahead and drag this to the size. We can see Tableau indeed does this work effortlessly. To make positive and negative bars a bit easier to distinguish between, let's drag profit to the color box. While this gradient scale can be useful, it's really just a duplication of the information communicated by the size of each bar, and it's generally a good idea to avoid the redundancy of having more than one visual property conveying the same information. Double-click on the color scale. We'll choose stepped color and dial it down to 2 and hit apply. So now we have a good-looking waterfall chart. The other part of this viz is an overall profit goal reference line. Let's first create a profitability goal parameter. Let's call it profitability goal. We'll leave the data type as float, and we'll allow a range with a minimum of 1% and a maximum of 20% with a step size of 1%. And let's hit OK. And then we'll create another calculated field called profit goal. This will just be the sum of our sales times the profitability goal parameter. Sum of sales times profitability goal, and hit OK. In order to create a reference line based on this calculation, we need to first add the calculation to our viz. So let's drop it, profit goal, into the detail box. Let's set the quick table calculation to be running total as well. And now we'll create a reference line by right-clicking on the axis, add reference line. We want the reference line to be per cell, and we want to use our running sum of profit goal. We want it to use the sum, and we don't want a label. For the line, let's just change it to a dashed line, and gray is OK, and hit apply, and hit OK. If you remember, we left this at 1%, so let's go in and adjust it. Right-click, show parameter control for profitability goal, and we'll toggle this back out to, say, 10. To summarize what we've accomplished in this video, first we learned that waterfall charts are an effective way to show how parts of a whole contribute to an overall total. We can create waterfall chart using Tableau's Gantt bar chart type and a calculated field that's just a negative value of the measure we're displaying. Finally, we created a dynamic reference line for each cell on the chart that's controlled by a parameter. In the next video, we'll build a heat map to provide this information in a new format, but also by region. In the last video, we built a waterfall chart to show how each subcategory contributes to our bottom line. In this video, we'll focus our viewers' attention on the amount of profit by 2 dimensions, subcategory and region, using a type of chart called a heat map. A heat map allows us to quickly highlight important intersections of dimensions or discrete fields on a single chart. For example, we can quickly see that the most profit came from selling office machines in the West, while the most loss came from selling tables in the Central region. This breakdown can help us better target our focus regionally, and also help us find other outliers we might not have seen otherwise, like the losses taken on office machines in the Central region. To get started building a heat map chart, let's create a new sheet. We'll title it Heat Map, and drag out product category and product subcategory to your rows shelf, and region to the column shelf. We'll drag profit to color, and then control drag, which is to create a copy, sum of profit to size. We'll need to add in report quarter to the filter shelf and select true to make sure we're only looking at the quarter that we're focusing on. Now what you might notice is our sizing scale has the most negative values as the tiniest red speck. when in reality we want to show that as a large red attention-grabbing mark. To fix this, double-click on the sizes legend and set the sizes to vary from 0, which is essentially telling it to use the absolute value instead of the nominal value. Hit apply. You can see our largest negative drivers are now our biggest squares. Let's go ahead and make this even more distinct by dragging largest all the way to the right and hit apply. This gives us a wider range to be able to perceive smaller differences between marks. It's not as good as, say, a bar chart for precisely comparing between data, but that's not the main purpose of this chart. Using a heat map, we can quickly see patterns and outliers in an organized table format at the cost of lower precision when it comes to exact comparisons. So now that we've made 2 of the 4 elements of our dashboard, let's pull them out onto a dashboard. Create a new dashboard by clicking the New Dashboard button. I'm going to size it to exactly 1050 by 580. This works well with my 720 recording resolution, but feel free to use one that works for you and your audience. Go ahead and drag out the waterfall chart and then the heat map to the right using Tableau's visual indicator gray out box. Then we'll add a dashboard title by going up to Dashboard, Show Title, and let's just name this Tactical Dashboard and hit apply. The last thing we'll do here for the moment is to make sure both of our sheets fit entire view to get rid of the potential for scroll bars or vises not taking up their entire allotted space. For example, this is currently set to normal, which uses the same dimensions that are set on its sheet. So if we set this to entire view, it will fill the entire area of the gray box on the dashboard. Waterfall is already set to entire view, and you can see it's fitting nicely. So to summarize, we covered that heat maps are great for quickly finding patterns across multiple dimensions. And we built them by showing our dimensions in the rows and columns and our measure of profit in the color and size. Now let's move on to build out our map in the next video. In the last video, we built a heat map chart to show profit by category and region. In this video, we'll be using Tableau's built-in mapping to plot our profit by state. Tableau makes map charts extremely simple in most cases when you use a popular geographic level like zip code, state, or country. These fields are indicated by the little globe next to them instead of the ABC for text, the calendar for date, or the pound sign for numbers. To make a profit map by state, we'll just double-click the state dimension and then drag profit into the color box. Is that easy or what? So this is made possible by Tableau's built-in geocoding, but if you need custom geocoding that Tableau does not include by default, like sales territories that don't follow political map lines, it's possible to add it, but that's outside of the scope of this course. Now we should add our in-report quarter filter to make sure we're only looking at the data in our scope. As a side note, another type of map you can easily create with Tableau is the symbol map with shapes or pie charts instead of filled colors. For example, if the tiny state of Rhode Island was just an outlier on a filled map, you may miss it, but using symbol sizing instead of just geographical sizing could make that stand out more. To do that, you would switch the mark type to pie, make the pie bigger or smaller by dragging a dimension into it, and then we can create the slices of the pie chart by dragging out a dimension into color. Well, let's go ahead and undo those changes. An alternative would be to add top 10 bar chart out in the Atlantic here if you needed to. So let's hop over to our dashboard sheet and drag this map chart out. Let's title the chart Map Chart. We'll drag it out here underneath the waterfall chart. Let's give our waterfall chart a little bit more room to breathe since those labels are so long. And while we're at it, let's drag the profitability goal up above the heat map and shrink it up a bit and hide our color legends by closing them. We should also take this opportunity to show our report quarter by clicking the action arrow on any element, going to Parameters, and choosing Report Quarter. We can drag that over just like we did for profitability goal. And how about a blank space to make these a little bit less wide? Yeah, that looks better. Now let's build the last viz on the dashboard, a ranked loss leader bar chart. We'll start by creating a new sheet and drag product name to rows. We'll go ahead and add all members. Then we'll drag profit to columns. Now let's add a filter for profit so it only shows those with a sum of profit less than or equal to 1. Control drag into filters. We can use all values. We want to say at most -1, and we'll click apply. Next, let's sort product name ascending by sum of profit. This will show our loss leaders first. Then we'll need to limit this list to just the top 10. We can do that by control dragging product name into the filters. We'll just go ahead and say use all here. And under the top tab, we'll say by field, top 10, by profit. And actually we'll choose the bottom 10 because we want the smallest numbers, which are the negatives. And just like these other sheets, we need to constrain our time period by dragging in report quarter to filters and selecting true. So you notice we lost a few. We're down to only 5 and we wanted 10. So what's going on here is that Tableau is applying all 3 filters at the same time, but we only want to get the top 10 from only the report quarter. The way that we do this is to add the filter in report quarter to the context. That essentially creates a temporary table from which everything else is generated. You can also think of it like a pre-filter filter. So now we have our top 10 back just the way we want. You'll notice that the pill turns gray to indicate that it's now as a context filter. The final step we should take is to color code these products by category. So drag product category into your color shelf. We can quickly see that while our top unprofitable product is a technology product, the majority are made up of furniture. As a final step, let's head over to our dashboard and drag out the bar chart to the spot below our heat map. Go ahead and title the sheet first. Just call it bar chart. And then drag it out underneath the heat map. We'll set it to fit the entire view. And we'll go ahead and take our legend and move it down here. Now I'm going to hold shift to convert it from a tiled object to a floating object. And now we can squeeze it into this bottom left-hand corner. To summarize, we first built a map chart to engage the viewer and highlight our profit geographically. To build this chart, we dragged state out to our sheet, then profit to color. If we wanted to use a pie chart instead, we could have dragged out profit to size and say customer segment to color. After the map, we built a top-in filter to show only the top 10 most unprofitable items by dragging out name to the filter shelf, clicking top, and instructing it to show only the bottom 10 by profit measure. Now our dashboard looks exactly how we'd like it to, but what about functionality? In the next video, we'll tie these objects together using filter actions. Now that we've made all of our dashboard objects and placed them the way we want in the previous videos, in this video we'll be using them to control each other and create a helpful drill down effect. Let's begin by clicking on the waterfall chart, clicking the menu arrow, and click Use as Filter. Now when we click any component of this viz, the rest of the dashboard is filtered based upon it. To deselect and show all values, either click on the element you selected or click anywhere in the background of the chart. One very important note on this is to make sure that your users are aware of how to do this. In addition to using this waterfall chart as a filter, we can also use any other charts as a filter as well by doing the same thing. Let's go ahead and set each chart to use as filter. Now as we click on these charts, we can see the filter action is working. But is this really a good user experience? We can drill down so low that most of the dashboard loses meaning. Does a dashboard that looks like this really do any good? Fortunately, the Use As filter is just a shortcut for actually building these filter actions manually. We can go in and edit existing filters or create new ones by going up to Dashboard, Actions, and here are the 4 filters we just created. Let's edit the first one, the one for the waterfall chart. We can give the filter a name if we'd like, which is very useful for making friendly link names if you're using menu actions instead of select actions. The Source Sheets area is for choosing which sheets will be able to run this action, and the Target Sheet area allows you to select which sheets the filter will be applied to. There are 3 ways to run an action. On hover is generally discouraged for filters, although it often makes sense when using a highlight action. Select is just clicking on the mark, which is great if the user has a single idea of what to expect when they click on it. If there could be multiple expectations, it may be best to put those as a menu action, so you can describe the outcome using your filter name. For example, we could say drill down to map view or drill down to list view. Menu means the filter name is listed in the tooltip, which the user can then click. Menu actions are great if there are multiple drill down paths from a single viz. You can have an action for each path clearly labeled. We have 3 different options for what Tableau does when the selection is cleared. We can leave the filter, which means it has no effect on the target sheet. We can show all values, which returns the sheet to its previously unfiltered state. Alternatively, we can also exclude all values, which hides the sheet from view until a new filter is applied. This is useful if we want to force the user to filter before we provide the next level of detail. The last part of the filter action box is asking which fields we should filter on. All fields is selected by default, but one example of a time when I need to change this is when the target sheet is a trend, and I don't want a specific date to be filtered to that specific point in time, so we can still view the moment in historical context. The waterfall chart can stay as is. We want it to filter all other sheets. So let's hit OK and move on to the next one. I don't want the heat map to filter the waterfall. So let's click Edit and uncheck the waterfall in the target sheets and hit OK. Let's edit the map filter so it doesn't impact the waterfall or heat map charts. And click OK. And finally, let's change the bar chart filter so that it only impacts the map chart. Now we have a flow that might make more sense to our user. The final thought I'll leave you with on the dashboard actions is to test, 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 especially as you're learning the impacts of different settings. You need to know what happens when anything is clicked in any order and ensure the outcome is in line with what the viewer would expect and is easily reversible. Actions are very powerful in that they can allow the user to explore the data in front of them. But if an action doesn't match what a user's expectation was, you will lose your audience very quickly. Before deploying a dashboard with actions, it's best to watch a few members of your audience use the dashboard to ensure the flow is intuitive. To summarize, in this video, we created a drill down effect by using a visualization as a filter. To easily create the filter action, we selected the object on the dashboard that should act as a filter. We clicked the action menu arrow to bring up the object menu. Then we selected Use As Filter. To create more complex filters or to change existing ones, we just select it under the menu Dashboard Actions. So to recap, in this section, we covered the creation of 3 new chart types, the waterfall, heat map, and geographical map, and tied them together using dashboard actions for the purpose of our margin improvement tactical dashboard. In the next section, we'll be building an operational dashboard to manage our fulfillment team. In the last section, we built a tactical dashboard to help manage a margin improvement initiative. In this section, we'll be creating an operational dashboard to enable the management and execution of the Superstore Fulfillment Center. To start, we'll do an overview of the project. Then we'll build out the elements, beginning with a combo chart, followed by a positional circle chart. After constructing our charts, we'll work with URL actions to integrate web interactivity into our dashboard. Finally, we'll link the two dashboards together using filter actions and highlight actions. Operational dashboards assist and inform individuals and teams responsible for the day-to-day operations, where maintaining situational awareness is key. Here we've established a shipping service level where we'd like to ship X% of items within Y days after order, with that threshold being driven by the order priority. For example, here we want to ship 85% or more items on time. On-time shipment will be defined as 1 day after order for critical, 2 days for high, 3 days for medium, and 4 days for low and not specified. Here we'll use a combo chart, which allows us to track 2 or more measures on the same graph. This makes comparisons and context much easier to see. The next sheet features a positional circle chart that lets us see which items have been ordered but not yet shipped, broken out by priority. Positional circle charts are just an enhanced variant of the scatter plot and are useful to represent gauges in performance bands. It allows us at a glance to identify any outliers while giving us a full picture of our performance. Where scatter plots are primarily used to find correlations, positional circles categorize and contextualize the dots. We have days since order on the x-axis and order quantity on the y-axis. The background color coding is to indicate whether an order is still within service level, is on its last day within service level, or is outside service level. These are achieved by using reference bands, which we'll cover in one of the following videos. On the right, a priority queue gives us quick access to the details we need to fulfill the order, sorted by whether or not the shipment is late, then by priority, and then grouped by order number. Clicking on any item opens a URL and passes the customer name and zip code as parameters in the URL. In this case, we're just using Google Maps and the zip code, but imagine if it tied to your internal web-based CRM or a shipping label generator and printer. Using the back button, we can head back to the service level dashboard, which uses a filter action to move between sheets. But we have it set to not actually filter anything, just navigate. Going from the service level dash to the detail dash, we can use any of these 4 ancillary charts to drill through and highlight the applicable items. We'll use 2 parameters in this dashboard, shipping service level and today's date. Let's go ahead and start our dashboard project by creating these parameters. Since our data stops in the past and we're making an operational dashboard, something that we'd like to reflect the present, we need to pretend it's sometime within the time frame of our data. So we wouldn't normally use a today's date parameter in a live environment, but we'll go ahead and make one for this example. So we'll create a parameter, call it today's date. We'll set the data type to be a date, and we'll set the date to be 1/11/2011. And go ahead and hit OK. For the shipping service level parameter, we'll create shipping service level. We'll use the float because we want a percentage. We want it to be a range with a minimum of 50% and a maximum of 100% with a step size of 1%. We'll set the current value to 85%. And display format, we can change to be a percentage with no decimal places. Now let's create a calculated field to establish the ship deadline for each priority level. We'll call it ship deadline, and we'll enter the following formula. We'll use a case statement based on order priority. So when order priority is set to critical, then 1.5. This is going to be our upper boundary. When high, then 2.5. allowing us 2 days to ship within service. When medium, then 3.5, else 4.5. So that'll cover the low and not specified cases. This will determine the number of days we have to ship the items after they've been ordered. If the user ever needed to be able to change these deadlines, we should probably use parameters instead of hard coding these numbers, but this will work fine for our example. Let's also create a calculated field which will return true if the order has been placed but has not been shipped yet, based on today's date parameter. We'll call this not shipped yet, and we'll enter the following formula, which checks first to see if the order was placed today or earlier, then make sure the ship date isn't in the future or that it has no ship date at all. In production, you'd likely only need to use the is-null portion, but it's always good to keep in mind that you may need to plan ahead and compensate for potential validation issues that aren't handled in your data source. So we'll start by saying if the order date is less than or equal to today's date, and so the first requirement needs to be true, and then the second requirement needs to be true. Second requirement will be ship date needs to be greater than today's date, or ship date needs to be null. Now all of our data has a ship date, but this would be indicative of where we haven't actually shipped the product in production. And we'll hit OK. So in this video, we've covered the high points of operational dashboarding and begun creating our parameters in calculated fields. In the next video, we'll create the service level versus order quantity combo chart. In the last video, we set up the framework for our operational dashboard. In this video, we'll be constructing a combo chart using a dual axis. This combo chart will help us visualize shipping service level in the orange line as it relates to the number of items shipped, represented by the gray bars. We also have a reference line to indicate our target service level of 85%. We'll start by creating a calculated field to determine if an order was shipped within the time range we want to look at in the last 15 weeks from the parameter today's date. We'll call this shipped in last 15 weeks. We want to look at whole weeks, so we'll use the date add function to subtract 15 weeks from the start of the week of today's date, which we'll get using the date trunc function. Remember, you can always click on a function, either in the formula box or in the function list, to view the syntax and inputs it requires. We also only want to show those orders that have been shipped on or before today's date. This field will now return true for any order shipped between 15 weeks ago Sunday and today's date. Let's hit OK and drag that field out to the filters and select true. Now let's put ship date across the columns and change it to continuous week and set it to discrete. This allows us to get the bars very fat and close together instead of spaced 7 days apart. We'll drag the number of records out to the rows shelf, and Tableau automatically builds us a line chart, but we'll switch it to bar. Next, we need a calculated field that will show us the service level for each interval. We'll start with a row level calculation, returning either a 1 or a 0, indicating if the ship date was less than the order date, plus acceptable processing time, which is the field we made in the last video called ship deadline. We'll call this met ship service level, and we'll use a formula that adds the ship deadline to the order date. This will return a 1 if the ship date is before our ship deadline plus our order date, as long as it's within that acceptable time frame. Otherwise, it returns a 0. Let's go ahead and click OK. Now we'll need to create an aggregate calculated field to take the average of met ship service level. Let's call this ship service level. And we're just going to take the average of our 1s and 0s. Tableau has some very helpful errors. So average is not an acceptable formula, but AVG is. Now let's drag that field out onto the rows shelf. When Tableau added this measure to the viz, it quietly expanded the marks card into 3 accordion sections called all, and then the names of the 2 rows pills. Any changes we want to make to all the marks on the viz, we need to do under the all accordion. But if we want to change the measures independently, we just need to click on the name to expand that menu and make the change there. So let's click on average ship service level, and we'll change the mark type to be a line. Let's also change the color to be orange. Now right-click on the secondaries axis and choose dual axis. Our 2 charts are now combined onto one area. Click the number of records marks card, and let's change the color to gray. And the ship service level back to orange. And hit apply. Let's go ahead and pick an even lighter shade of gray, double-clicking its color. The Tableau 10 light, we'll use that gray. This will mute the prevalence of the bars and make them more of a reference point behind the important orange service level line. To finish off this sheet, let's add a reference line at our shipping service level parameter. Right-click on the new axis, add reference line or band. For the line, we want to choose our shipping service level parameter. We want no label, and let's make it a dashed line. A dark orange. And then hit apply. Let's create a new dashboard by clicking on the New Dashboard tab and set the size. Again, I'll use exactly 1050, 580 for the purpose of the screencast, but in production you could likely get away with something larger depending on how your audience will be viewing it. 1400 by 800 is probably the largest size I'd recommend for a broader audience, since it will fit well on most modern laptop screens. If you need to display on an iPad or an older projector, it's better to go with the iPad landscape setting. Now let's drag out the combo chart, and we can create the other 4 bar charts showing the breakout of the unshipped orders. Let's title this combo chart and go ahead and create a new sheet. Let's drag not shipped yet out to the filters because we only want to show the unshipped orders. Let's drag order priority to our rows and number of records to our columns. Now let's order the priority in a way that makes more sense. Move medium above low, not specified is probably fine at the end. This automatically applies a manual sort. And let's go ahead and set the bar color to orange. Let's rename the sheet Bars Order Priority. And we'll go ahead and duplicate the sheet by right-clicking on it, clicking Duplicate Sheet. We'll replace the order priority pill with ship mode. We'll switch the color back to gray. And we'll order it in a way that makes more sense. Regular air is probably slower than express air, but faster than delivery truck. We'll call this bars ship mode, and we'll duplicate this 2 more times. And on the first, we'll use product container instead of ship mode. Try to order these in a way that makes more sense. Bars, product container. And our last one we'll use customer segment. And again, ordering these in a size hierarchy. Call this bars, customer segment. Next, let's drag out each of these sheets. We'll place order priority to the right, and then our other 3 to the bottom. ship mode, container, and customer segment. And we'll space these out accordingly. Let's also move the color legend, holding Shift, to floating over the combo chart. We can arrange these items to show in a single row so they take up a little less space, and hide the title. We can get rid of this header by right-clicking on it and hiding field labels for columns. And we have a bit more room for our legend. We can make this a bit wider. And let's also add our two parameters. Go to parameters and choose today's date, as well as shipping service level. And let's drag those up over top of the orders priority. So in this video, we learned how to make a combo chart using a dual axis. Then we added a reference line based on a parameter by selecting the parameter from the value drop-down list. Now that we have this dashboard with a combo chart complete, the next video will create a positional circle chart to help us visualize our orders waiting to be shipped. In the last video, we put together a dashboard featuring a combo chart of our service level versus items shipped. In this video, we'll be creating a positional circle chart to help us understand the breakdown of our current unshipped orders. Now, this type of chart is constructed similarly to a scatter plot, but the purpose is decidedly different. In a scatter plot, we're generally looking to show patterns and relationships between two dimensions. But here, we're just using that format to help us quickly get a feel for the state of our unshipped orders queue, relying heavily on our reference bands for context. To make this chart in our workbook, first let's create a new sheet. Then we'll create a calculated field called Days Since Order. To make our x-axis, this will simply be today's date minus order date. And hit OK. We'll drag that field out to our column shelf and add Not Shipped Yet. To our filters, we want to only show the unshipped orders. Then we'll drag Order Priority to rows, followed by Order Quantity. So now we have one dot in each pane, but we want to break that out to the row level. So let's drag Row ID to the Detail button. Now we have one circle for each row in our database. Now let's change the mark type to circle. Then we'll change the color to black with 60% transparency. If you'd like, you can also reverse the axis by right-clicking on it, clicking Edit Axis, and hit Reversed, so that the circles enter the chart on the right and fade to the left. So now the chart's showing basically what we want. We just need to add the colored reference bands for context, so we can quickly see orders within and outside service level. Start by dragging Ship Deadline onto the detail box. Then we'll right-click on the axis and say Add a Reference Line. We'll select Band and Per Pane, since we want it to vary by priority level. The From value should be the average of Ship Deadline, since we want it to be green out to the target. Let's set the label to None, and then we'll make the To value a constant at -0.5, which will make it green a little bit to the right of the 0 line to account for the overlap. Also with no label. For the line we want none. For the fill we want a light green. Hit Apply. So far so good. Let's hit OK. For the yellow section, we need to create another calculated field, which will create a one-day band between the green and the red. Let's create a calculated field. Let's call it Ship Deadline Yellow. And this will just be ship deadline plus 1. Now we'll add another reference line. Well, again, we want band per pane. The value from, we want it to be sum of ship deadline, but we want it to be average. And the label to set to none. And the to band, I forgot to add this to our marks card. So let's go ahead and hit OK. Let's drag over our ship deadline yellow to the detail. So now it's in our marks card, which means we can use it for a reference line. We'll right click, edit the reference line. We'll edit this one we were just working on. We'll replace the band 2 with sum of ship deadline yellow, average, with no label, and the fill we want to be yellow, and hit apply. Nice yellow boundary there. Finally, to create the red band, we need a calculated field that will return the oldest unshipped order. So we just take the max days of since order and add 0.05, just like we did for the green, to make sure we can encapsulate the outer circles. So we'll right click, create calculated field, and we'll say max days since order plus 0.5. Let's actually give that a name. Instead of calling it calculation 1, let's call it ship deadline red. And hit OK. So let's add it to marks card under detail. And right click, add reference line. And we want band, but this time we want to do entire table. So that way we can have the red extend all the way out to the left-hand side, even when on a pane level, it may not. The oldest order may be all the way on the right. So we'll go entire table from the band from, we'll say ship deadline red with the maximum, no label. The band 2 can just be 0. So let's set it to a constant at 0 with no label. And we'll make red fill and hit apply. So now our left boundary is set up correctly, but it's overlapping our other reference lines. So let's hit OK and select it by clicking on an edge. The left edge is probably the easiest to get to. Then right click and move to back. Pretty slick. One last touch to make the distinction clearer between the priority levels. Let's right click on the rows header and click Format. Go to Format Borders and change the row divider to something a little darker, maybe up the thickness. We can also rearrange the priorities to make more sense. So if we drag medium in between high and low, we've got our most important orders up top. So now we have a great picture at a glance of our orders that have not yet been shipped. Let's go ahead and drop this on a new dashboard. I'll set it to exactly 1050 by 580 and then drag out our positional circle chart. I'll just give this a name real quick. Looks very good. This is one of the more intricate charts we'll make in the course, so let's summarize what we've accomplished. The visualization of a fulfillment center's priority could be a powerful tool for improving on-time shipments. And paired with real-time data, this viz alone can give operational team an at-a-glance view to manage their workflow. Time in days since order on the x-axis quickly shows us for each priority level which orders remain to be shipped. For each priority level, perhaps the least useful element on the graph is the order quantity, plotted on the y-axis. You could perhaps provide an additional level of information by color coding or shape coding the circles, maybe by backorder status or location in the warehouse. So to summarize, positional circle plots are a variation of a scatter plot, where the individual points are more important than groups, patterns, or correlations formed. The layering or arrangement of reference lines is key to this viz. In the next video, we'll introduce URL actions to drive interactivity with websites using URL parameters. In the last video, we built a positional circle chart to give our order fulfillment team an actionable view into their priorities. In this video, we'll be using URL actions to add a layer of interactivity to our dashboard. First, we'll create a shipment priority queue that the warehouse can use to quickly see which order should be pulled and shipped next. Then we'll use a URL action to provide more information or interact with a web-based system. This could be a CRM or web-based shipping label creator, or in our case, just Google Maps. When we click on an order, it loads the name and zip code of the order. To create this priority queue, what we want to do is first create a new field that will tell us if an order is late, on time, or needs to be shipped today. Let's start with a new sheet, and we'll create a calculated field. We'll call it Ship Deadline Group. We want this formula to return late if the deadline is passed. Otherwise, if the ship deadline is upon us, then ship today. Otherwise, we still have time. We want the shipment to say on time. So let's say if days since order is greater than ship deadline plus 1, then late. Else if days since order is greater than the ship deadline, then ship today. Otherwise, it's still on time. Let's drag the ship deadline group out to rows. And see, we have our 3 buckets, and the order is probably a little wrong. We want to have late first, then ship today, then on time at the bottom. So to set this as the default to affect the field every time we use it, right-click over on the dimensions, default properties, sort, and we can use manual, and we can just move ship today above on time and hit apply. Now every time we use this field, it will default to this order. Now let's drag out order priority and do the same for that. We'll sort it manually, moving medium to go highest to lowest. Okay. Then let's group these items together by their order and their row ID. So now we get a message that warns us that we're going to pull a lot of marks onto the view, which could take a long time, and it suggests we filter first to limit the marks down to a more manageable set. So let's go ahead and do that by dragging not shipped yet out to our filters and choosing true. So we only want the orders that haven't been shipped, since this is a ship priority queue. Now let's add order ID and row ID. Now we want to have a bit more information displayed for each row ID, so let's drag out a few more fields to our labels. Product category, product subcategory, order quantity, product container, ship mode, and customer name. Tableau is giving us something similar. You might recognize this from Excel. When there's too much data to fit in the area that we've given it, it just turns into a bunch of pound signs. So let's go ahead and fix this. We'll make it wider first of all, but then we also want to turn this into a more readable format. So let's click on text and the ... And we can format and arrange these a way that makes maybe a little bit more sense. So product category, product subcategory, we can have those together. And then maybe on the next line, we want the order quantity in parentheses, and next to the product name, we should drag out a product name. Let's go ahead and hit apply. Save our progress. Product name to the label. Let's go back into the label. We'll move product name by the quantity. Let's make this line bold. And then let's add a few separation arrows in between product container. It's going via this ship mode to this customer. Hit preview and see what it's going to look like. One thing we can do is take off the decimal places, since I don't think we're going to ship any partial products. So we can do that by formatting, right-clicking on the cell, format. Right now it's set to automatic. We'll choose number custom with no decimal places. Now within this text edit box, you can do a number of things like changing colors or fonts, sizes obviously, in order to separate the most important information from the less important. Just don't go too crazy or it will feel like you're writing a ransom note. So let's go ahead and hit OK. This is a little squished, so we'll just drag out a little space, little extra space in between these rows. So now we have a very actionable, informative queue to allow the warehouse staff to prioritize their fulfillment by late first, then ship today, then on time, and within those ordered by order priority. So we can get the late critical orders out first, hopefully. So let's hop over to our dashboard. Actually, let's title this sheet first. Just call it order detail. And we'll drag out order detail to the right half of the dashboard. We can shrink this up a little bit. We also don't really need row ID. So let's go over to the order detail page. And for row ID, we'll right click and uncheck show header. Great, so back on our dashboard, let's go ahead and set this to entire fit width. That way we can get rid of the horizontal scroll bar. But we still have the vertical one, so that way they're not completely squished together. Still got a few rows where we could go for a bit longer or a bit wider set. Maybe we can get those to wrap. Yep, there we go. So just made them a little bit taller to account for the extra long product names. Now for the fun part, let's link each of these rows to a web query that will search Google Maps for the customer in their zip code. This implementation isn't terribly useful, but imagine what you could do by pointing it at your web-based CRM or a label-generating web app or something like that. So to do this, go to Dashboard, Actions, and we're going to add an action, URL. We want the action to be driven just by the order detail sheet, so uncheck circle chart, and we want it to happen when we click on the name, so click select. For the URL, put in http://maps.google.com/maps $Q equals, what Q stands for query, and we're going to pass into it the customer name. If we hit test link, we can see what this will look like in our browser. We have the option to encode the data values in the URL, which we should do to avoid sending special characters in our URL. Like it would convert a space to %20, which is the ASCII code for that character. Most modern browsers can go ahead and handle spaces and do the conversion for you, but it's better safe than sorry. Now you'll notice zip code isn't in our list yet because we haven't added it to our viz. So let's go ahead and hit OK to save our progress so far. And back on the order detail sheet, we'll drag zip code out to the detail on the marks card. The field needs to exist somewhere on the viz in order to use it in filter actions. So let's go back to the dashboard, dashboard actions, and then we'll edit this action. And now we can put in ampersand near equals zip code. Now zip code shows up in our list. You can use any number of parameters for any URL you'd like. The possibilities are endless here. So let's hit OK. By default, Tableau launches a browser window to fulfill the URL action request. So a browser popped up on my other monitor here. but we can set this to appear right in the dashboard if we'd like. So to do this, drag the web page element out to the bottom right quartile of the dashboard. We'll use just a blank URL here. And so now there's nothing in this web page element, but when we click on a URL action, it's automatically handled within the web page element. So now we can select another order with another name, and it should be Googling for these people and their location. So in this video, we covered label formatting and learned the powerful capabilities of web page and URL integration, which open up a world of options for us. We can create these URL actions by going to Dashboard, Actions, and choosing the URL under the Add menu. In the next video, we'll be working with moving between dashboard sheets in a drill-down fashion. In the last video, we explored the possibilities of URL actions, which we used to show the city for shipping the order, but it could be leveraged to do so much more and even integrate with other web systems, internally or externally. In this video, we'll look at two other dashboard actions, filters and highlighting. Filter actions between dashboards are effectively a drill-down tool to guide your audience from one viz to another, more detailed viz. We've used filter actions in the past on the same dashboard, and that functionality works similarly when you select a different dashboard as the target sheet. Instead of rehashing this, we'll look at another use for filter actions, jumping between sheets. We're going to pair this with a highlight filter to get the effect we're looking for, which is to jump to another sheet and then highlight a certain set of marks on that sheet. For example, we want to highlight just the medium orders on the other sheet. We jump to the other sheet, and now the medium orders are highlighted. So first, let's create a filter action from the 4 bar charts on the service level dashboard to both sheets on the detail dashboard. We go to Dashboard, Actions, Add Action, Filter. We want our source sheet to be Dashboard 1, any of the bar sheets, not the combo chart. Our target sheet should be Dashboard 2, both sheets. We want it to run on select, so when we click on the bar, clearing the selection should show all values. And then we want to target all fields. Let's hit OK. So now when we click on medium, our dashboard is switched to Dashboard 2 and filtered to only show the medium order priorities. Now this is nice drill down functionality, but what we want is this to still see the entire picture with just these highlighted. So let's go back to our dashboard actions, and if you can't see the filter action, make sure this is checked, show actions for all sheets in the workbook. We're going to edit the action, go back and remove all fields and selected fields. We're going to leave this blank down here. So all it's going to do is move from Dashboard 1 to Dashboard 2 and hit OK. So now back on Dashboard 1, if we go through, all it's going to do is go to Dashboard 2. No filtering is going to happen. So now let's add a highlight action. To do that, we go to Dashboard Actions, Add Action, Highlight, and we want to mimic the same selection options. So we want from the bar charts, the 4 bar charts, on select, to go to Dashboard 2, both charts. Target highlighting goes to all fields, and hit OK. So now when we hit medium, it's still going to show all of our marks, but the mediums are going to be highlighted, which is helpful for getting context for what we've selected. So far, we've been using the tabs to switch back to the service level dashboard every time we drill down to Dashboard 2, which is fine for us, but our users might do better with a more explicit link to return to the previous dashboard. So what we're going to do now is create a back button to allow our users to easily go back to the previous page. This isn't helpful if there's multiple paths to arrive at this detail page, but if there's only one way to get here, then there's only one way to go back, which makes this action very valuable. We're going to use a filter action to create this. But first, let's make a new sheet, and we'll make a new calculated field. We'll just call this back button. The formula is just going to be the number 1. And we'll go ahead and drag this out to our columns and set our mark type to a shape. And from shapes, choose a left-facing arrow. We also want to set this to be an average, so it always shows up at the 1 interval. We can edit the axis, and this is something that can give you a lot of control over where the text and the shape line up. So we want a fixed axis between, let's say, 0 and 4, and OK. And if this range is a lot smaller, we're able to see how we can align the arrow or the shape more towards the left and have more space for text. And you can control that by changing the size of your axis. For example, if we wanted it further over to the left, we could make it 0 through 10. And we can also hide this by right-clicking and unchecking Show Header. So now we need to put a label here that says back. So I'm just going to Control drag to the label. It's going to make a copy of it. We'll edit the label. Instead of this, we'll put back and apply. So now let's change the color to green and maybe make it bigger. And let's also get rid of these borders around here. So right-click, Format, Borders, and these are the row dividers. So we're going to set the row divider and column divider to none. You can see back goes away. Since we don't actually have a header, this won't show up. These two lines won't show up on our dashboard, but they will show up here. So now let's drag this out to dashboard 2. Actually, let's rename it while we're thinking about it. Back button. Back to the dashboard. Drag out back button. I'm going to hold Shift because right now I'm set to tiled, but I want it to show up as floating. And let's hide the title. Right click, hide title. And let's make this box a bit smaller. We can also set it to fit entire view. So now the back button is on the page. Let's link it up to the actual action. To do this, we go to Dashboard Actions, and we add an action, a filter action. Let's call this back button. It's a good idea to name your actions. We haven't done it so far because there's a pretty manageable list, but when you start having multiple actions, it's a great idea to go ahead and name them. The source sheet's going to be Dashboard 2, just the back button. We want to go to Dashboard 1, and we don't want it to affect any of the views on that sheet. We also want it to run when we click on it, so the select action. And clearing the selection will show our values, shouldn't matter. We want to filter selected fields, but then we want to leave that blank. So it's not actually going to filter any fields. It's just going to work like a navigation. And then hit OK. So now clicking on back will jump us back to the dashboard 1. High will highlight our high priority orders, and back will jump us back. Excellent. So now we have two nice dashboards with functional interaction and navigation between them. The operational dashboard allows our fulfillment team to track the key service level metric on the first page and manage the shipment queue effectively on the second. So in this video, we covered filter and highlight actions and how they can switch views and focus the user's attention at the same time. You can use dashboard actions to create and manage your dashboard actions, and you can also create a back button to help guide the user when there's only one possible path to return. If there's multiple potential paths to get to that page, then filter action on a back button is probably not the way to go. So now that we've wrapped up the operational dashboard, in the next section we'll be creating an analytical dashboard to empower analysts to easily extract knowledge and insights from the data. In the last section, we built an operational dashboard to enable the management of day-to-day performance. In this section, we'll focus on enabling analysts to effortlessly explore trends and extract insights from the data. After an overview of this project, we'll design a robust time series chart and create parameters to control which measures are displayed, how they're aggregated, and how they're filtered or sliced. Then we'll build a highlight table to provide the instant raw numbers an analyst generally needs, And finally, we'll explore the different ways to extract raw or aggregate data from the viz for further processing. Now, the ideal scenario is for analysts to have their own Tableau licenses for the ultimate flexible and powerful approach. If that's not possible, or if you as an analyst want to build your own dashboards to increase efficiency in handling your most common tasks, this section is for you. As an analyst, these are some of the most fun dashboards you can build for yourself or your team, and certainly the most powerful compared to what we've made so far. This type of dashboard is not meant for occasional manager-level use. The level of detail could easily overwhelm them. The number of options available in this dashboard are best suited for an analyst or analyst team who is regularly interfacing with the data to extract insights. We want to use these dashboards to help analysts explore root causes, dig into trends, and uncover insights hidden in the data by allowing a flexible, multi-angled approach. We'll use advanced techniques in Tableau to provide tools to more effectively and efficiently extract knowledge from data. Let's explore the dashboard we'll be creating. First, we have a time series combo chart with lines and bars, so we compare not only one metric against another, but also a breakdown of a measure by a dimension using color. Below that, we have a highlight table with numbers for each of the colored lines as well as row and column totals. What makes this dashboard powerful for the analyst is the level of control available from just a few drop-downs. First, the time frame drop-down allows us to select our commonly used time frames. Show interval in progress allows us to preview the current incomplete period, January in this example, or exclude it to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. Below that, we can draw our line based on a number of aggregation types on a number of measures. For example, sum, median, or count. And then we can select our measure, maybe days to ship, or even shipping cost. We can draw our line based on a number of aggregation types on a number of measures. Then we can break out our line into multiple colors based on a dimension. If we need to compare or reference another metric, we can draw it as the gray background bars as a comparison. As if that wasn't enough control already, we can also filter down to exactly what we're trying to analyze using these quick filters. The final feature of this dashboard is a drill down to order level information by hovering over any point on the chart and clicking Show Orders. This is a filter action that brings up the View Detail sheet. As always, we need to build this with our audience in mind, so here are a few key things to remember when building an analytical dashboard. First, analysts are rarely looking solely at high or mid-level summary information. They need to have the flexibility to go deeper, explore trends, and draw out insights, which could then become managed goals or KPIs for the higher level dashboards. Second, it's important to understand the exploratory path they take with the data, and every scenario is different. This means we may need to enable a variety of drill-in options to suit a diverse choose-your-own-adventure type of flow. Third, where we might want to hide options or restrict and simplify our other types of dashboards, an analytical dashboard is nearly opposite. We aren't trying to narrow the focus, it's up to the analyst to do that. Instead, we can provide a flexible, robust platform with all the applicable filters, parameters, and comparison options that might overwhelm and discourage normal business users, but are vital for an analyst's role. It might take a few more minutes of training to get familiar with features and options than other types of dashboards, but it's an investment with a high return if they're able to quickly extract the insights they're looking for. If the analyst is running into limitations with the capabilities of the dashboard, you can bet they'll begin to regularly use other methods to get the information they seek instead of your dashboard. Now that we've understood the project and toured our finished dashboard, in the next video we'll begin by enabling robust time series options. In the last video, we explored our analytical dashboard project. In this video, we'll be discussing options and creating a robust time series chart that analysts so often need for exploring trends. We'll start by building a time series combo chart. We'll use sales and profit as our rows, continuous month of order for our columns. And we'll combine the axes by right-clicking on the second axis, clicking dual axis. Then we'll convert our sum of sales to bars. Now we've made a pretty messy chart. It's not helped by our wide bars here, even if we shrink the size down a bit. There's still a lot going on. There could be even more if we switched it to week number. So if we need to switch our time frames, aggregation levels that is, it's almost imperative that we also switch the number of marks that we show. Now a normal filter on the date wouldn't work, since it would be stuck at whatever interval we chose. So if we copied this field to filters, we picked a relative date, we could say only show the last 3 months, but then we're only showing 3 bars for monthly and we're showing 12 or 13 bars for weekly. So how can we create a field that will always show the last, say, 15 bars, no matter what time frame aggregation level we've chosen? To do this, let's implement the fields we created back in section 1. Date and time frame start date, time frame interval, and the time frame parameter. So let's go ahead and show our time frame parameter. Right-click, show parameter control. Then we use the date and time frame field as our filter. It's true. And time frame interval instead of our week of order date. Let's go ahead and remove week of order date and replace this with exact date. So now if we change the time frame, we're currently looking at last 15 months based on the today's date parameter. We can change it to weeks, and we're still looking at 15 periods. Of course, we could change the 15 to any number we want within the calculated field. So let's take this one step further. What if we want to have the option to view the interval in progress as well? Let's say it's the 29th of the month and we want to see what we've done so far, but still understand that we're not comparing apples to apples with the previous months. What we can do is create a parameter called show interval in progress. And it's just going to be a string with values yes and no. Then we'll edit our date and time frame filter, calculated field. And at the end, we'll add an OR statement. So if the time frame matches the rest of the parameters, or interval in progress is set to yes, and the order date was before today, then return true. Now we can bring this out, show parameter control, and we have the option to hide or show the last bar. Personally, this is a field I use very often. As time period is coming to a close, we want to know what we've done so far. Maybe it's a service level as a percentage basis. Well, the performance we've had so far means something, so we want to be able to show that if we need to. Now we have an extremely easy way to show or hide the incomplete in-progress period. We can now start building our dashboard. Let's begin with a new dashboard. Set the size to exactly 1050 by 580. And again, this is just to make sure it fits in the window for this recording. You'll probably want to make it slightly larger depending on the types of devices your dashboard will be viewed on. So let's begin by dragging our combo chart out onto the sheet. Let's make our vertical container a little wider and add a parameter by clicking the action arrow and showing today's date. Now if we want to line up today's date and the time frame on the same line within this vertical container, we can just nest a horizontal container within it. So let's put the horizontal container right here. We'll drag time frame into it, and then today's date next to it. And now they're in the same horizontal container, which we can see here. Next, let's add 3 headers for our other sections in our vertical container. We'll drag out a text box below that. Let's call this Draw as Lines. And we'll format it a bit. We'll make it trebuchet, maybe 10, bold, and orange. And center it. I'm just going to copy this so we don't have to keep carrying over the formatting. Drag another text box out. Paste. This time we'll draw as bars. And center. And one more. That's just going to be our filters. Great. So let's add our quick filters to this. We want to filter by most of our discrete dimensions. In order to add them out here, we need to add them to our sheet. So let's go over to our sheet. We'll drag customer segment and choose use all. Order priority, use all. Product category, use all. Product container, use all. That's good for now. We'll go back to the dashboard. And to add our quick filters out here, we'll just select the sheet that the quick filters are on, click the action arrow, and go to quick filters. We can add them just by checking the box. You notice they added in the most nested container, so we'll just drag them out of there below filters. Quick filters, order priority, quick filters, product category. Let's go ahead and switch these to single value drop downs so they take up a bit less space on our dashboard. And reset these. So now we have our analytical dashboard well underway. In this video, we worked to create a robust selectable time frame. We used a parameter to define the selected time frames that our audience would need to view. Then we leveraged a calculated field to create a start date based on the parameter selection. We also implemented a show current period to display or hide any data in the current incomplete period. In the next video, we'll take the combo chart to a new level of flexibility using parameters to control the measures and aggregation. In the last video, we set up our analytical dashboard with a combo chart and customizable time frame. In this video, we'll be expanding the flexibility of our combo chart by allowing our users to choose the aggregation type, colored line breakout, and even which measures are graphed. As with most complex tasks, we'll need a few calculated fields to make this happen. But let's start with our inputs, the parameters we want to interact with. We'll begin a new parameter called breakout lines by. We'll use the data type string, and we'll create a list. We'll list the values, no breakout, just hitting enter to go between lines, customer segment, order priority, product category, region, ship mode, and product container. Go ahead and fix that typo. This will be case sensitive. And hit OK. Now we'll create a calculated field to use this. Right-click on it, create calculated field. Let's call this lines color breakout. We're going to use a case statement. So the case will be selected based on what we've selected in the breakout lines by parameter. We just need to write a statement here that accounts for each parameter in that list and sets it to the corresponding dimension. So when customer segment, then customer segment, when ship mode, then ship mode. Won't bore you with the rest. And we'll close it off with when no breakout, then all. Don't forget the closing end. So what this field is going to do is break out colored lines by the dimension we've selected. We'll go ahead and hit OK. And let's show the parameter. And then under the line chart, marks card, we're going to drag our new calculated field, line color breakout, into the color. So now when we toggle these fields, we have a breakout based on this legend of the different dimensions, the 3 product categories, the 5 order priorities, 3 ship modes, etc. So some very powerful functionality you can add to your dashboard. Next, we'll enable the user to choose which measure to display for the lines. We'll start by creating a new parameter. Let's call this measure selector dash lines. We're going to do another one for bars as well. Data type should be string, and let's make a list again. First value should be none. Then we'll just go through our measures here. And we'll hit OK. Now we'll make a corresponding calculated field. And we'll call it lines measure. It's going to follow the same case statement structure as before. We're going to use our case measure selector line. When days to ship, then sum of days to ship. When discount, then sum of discount. And we'll continue through the list just like this. And for the final item, number of records, we'll do sum of number of records. And don't forget a closing end. And hit OK. Now let's show the parameter, measure line selector, and we'll replace our sum of profit line with our lines measure. So right now we currently have no line selected. We can view days to ship, discount, profit, sales, etc. And then we can also, in combination, still break out by our different dimensions. So these are still all currently set to sum. So let's add the capability to choose the aggregation. Instead of sum, maybe we want to have the median or the average, but we want to leave it up to the user to decide. So to do this, first we need to create a parameter with a list of the aggregation types. So right-click, create parameter, and let's just call this lines aggregation. We want it to be a string. Get rid of these. They all popped up like this because I right-clicked on breakout lines by, so it pre-populates with that. So for the values here, let's go with sum, average, median, max, min, and count. Pretty good list, and we'll hit OK. Now let's duplicate our lines measure, and we'll edit this copy. And what we're going to do is add a nested case statement for each of these conditions that's going to handle the aggregation level that we just set. We'll call this lines measure with ag, and after each of the thens, we want to say case lines ag when sum, then sum of days to ship. Copy this line. When average, then average, days to ship. Do the same for median. Min. Max. And count. And then we need to end this case statement. Then we can continue on and do the same thing for discount. When discount, then case lines ag. When sum, then sum. And you get the idea, and we're going to do this for each of these sections. So essentially we'll be copying this brick of code and just replacing the measures in each one. And don't forget those ends. One thing I always forget is that average is not actually spelled out. It's AVG. So you want to go ahead and make sure you don't make that same mistake. And we're going to continue on replicating this syntax for the rest of the measures. So now that we've completed the rest of the iterations for the other dimensions, let's go ahead and hit OK. And we'll replace our lines measure with the lines measure with ag. Now we'll just show our lines ag as well. So now we're selected to sum. Let's change to average. Profit. You can see our parameters all affect each other, creating a highly flexible approach. The final thing we'll do here is to duplicate what we just did, but do it for the bars. So we'll start by duplicating our measure selector. Edit. This will be measure selector bar. OK. And we'll duplicate our lines measure with ag. Edit. Change it to bar measure. We'll replace any reference to the line with the bar, and any instance of lines to bars, which we still need to create. Go ahead and hit OK to save our progress. We will correct this calculation later. Duplicate the lines ag. Edit. Make it bars ag. And then we'll hop back into our bars measure and keep replacing. If you have a text editor, it might be easier to copy paste this into your text editor and find and replace. And we'll hit OK. And now we'll replace our sum of sales with bar measure with ag. Now our bars will be driven by the measure selector bar and bars ag. So right now it's set to max profit. If we want to do sum of profit or sum of sales compared to average profit by order priority, we can do that. The last thing we'll do in this video is to pop over to the dashboard and add our parameters underneath these headers. So to add the parameters again, just click the action arrow, parameters. We'll just start adding these. There's bars ag. We want that underneath draw as bars. Breakout lines by. We want that under lines. Line zag. Same thing. Measure selector bar. Under bars. Measure selector line under line. And that'll do it. Now we want to put our ag and our measure selector on the same line. So again, we'll do that using horizontal containers. So here we'll drag the lines ag into there. Let's hide the title. And then we'll also drag our measure selector to the right and hide the title as well. Then we'll break out our lines by order priority, and then for bars, same thing, horizontal box. We'll drag in sales. We'll drag in our ag to the left and hide the title on both. So now we can control all of our measures, everything that's displayed, just by these 5 boxes. Let's also add the new color legend. We'll go to Legends, Color Legend, and now we can see our lines broken out right here. Hopefully you have more room on your dashboard to display this. So there, that's looking good. So to summarize, we created a parameter and then a calculated field that uses a case statement with a combination of 2 parameters to choose a measure and aggregation to display on one chart. This gives an advanced analytical user a high degree of control over what's displayed. In the next video, we'll add a heat map to give us another perspective on the data. In the last video, we implemented a flexible method for our users to choose which measures and aggregations are graphed. In this video, we'll be leveraging those parameters and creating a highlight table as another perspective on our data. Starting with a fresh sheet, drag line color breakout to rows. Date and time frame to filters. Select true. Then drag time frame interval to columns. And we'll set it to exact date and to discrete, so we can get a table format instead of an axis. We want the lines measure to be reflected as both the value on the table as well as the color. So I'm going to hold Control and drag it to color as well. And we'll set our marks to square, and now the background is highlighted or colored instead of the text. Now we want to see row and column totals. If we turn them on the normal way through Analysis, Totals, Show Row Grand Totals, and Totals Show Column Grand Totals, our colors become skewed. The grand total is reflected as the largest number in the database. This is probably okay if you're using an average, but if you're using a sum, the color scale is going to lose all meaning. The way around this is to make separate sheets for the total row and the total column and visually align them on the detail table on the dashboard. So first, let's go ahead and get rid of these totals. I'll just Control Z to undo. Then I'll make these a little bit taller, and let's center the text. So we'll right click, Format, Alignment, and within the pane, we'll center. Then we'll duplicate the sheet by right clicking on it and choosing Duplicate Sheet. Then we'll get rid of the dimensions on the row shelf. This will only show the total. Duplicating sheets is a great way to leverage work and formatting you've done for creating a similar sheet in the past. To give this row a title, we can easily create a calculated field called Total Label. We'll just use the text Total and hit OK. And drag this out to the row shelf. Then we'll hide the headers and the label for the rows. So this should fit snugly at the bottom of our other sheet. Now to make the row totals, we'll duplicate sheet 2 again. This time we'll remove the columns to get those totals. We'll use the same total label in the columns. And again, we'll hide the header and the total label. Let's go ahead and title these sheets. Row total, this is column total, and this is highlight table. Then we'll hop over to the dashboard. First we'll drag out our highlight table to the bottom half of the combo chart. And let's drag out our row total to the right hand side. Squish it over quite a bit. And then we'll drag our column total to the bottom half of the highlight table and squish that down quite a bit. We'll hide the title. And now the problem we're running into is that we don't nearly have enough space on this dashboard. Even if we go fit width, it's still pretty tight. Some of those numbers are hidden, especially with the totals. So I'm going to go ahead and increase the width on the dashboard just to accommodate this. So that looks a little bit better from a highlight table perspective. Now we want to get rid of the row total header over here. If we hide the title, we shift way out of the way. We hide the field labels for those columns. We get a little closer, but what we want to do is actually show the header or show the title for this sheet. We'll just change it to say total in a 10-point non-bold font. We'll center it. So let's make it bold. I think the rest are bold. And we'll hide the header and then put a space above the title. Maybe a 12-point space to help space it down a bit. So now it lines up. And the next improvement we can make is to get the total to fall right below the highlight table. We can't just size it exactly because some of our lines have 3 or 6. There's a variable number here. So what we could do is drag a vertical container out and then actually drag these into it. So that way they always align next to each other. Now when we play with our parameters, we've got an extra legend over here. We should go ahead and close that. But now when we play with our parameters, the highlight table adjusts automatically. The only thing left to do is to apply our filters to this table. You can see our data in the graph is adjusting, but not on these charts. The easiest way to do that is to click the action arrow, say apply to worksheets, and then all using this data source. And do the same for all the filters. So now we've used multiple sheets to create a highlight table with a color scale not skewed by our totals. The square marks are used to provide a background color for our table cells, and the dimensions shown are the same as those in the lines above. This provides a detailed chart plus table approach that many analytical users require. In the next video, we'll be comparing our options to allow analysts to extract raw data from the viz. In the last video, we created a highlight table to provide a quickly digestible data table for analysts. In this video, we'll be walking through the different ways to allow dashboard users to get the data behind the viz. If we can help it, we want the visualization to do as much work as possible to enable the consumer to find the answers they need, but oftentimes an unforeseen or special case occurs where the analyst needs to access the row-level data to go further. The preference would be to empower the analyst with their own license at Tableau, but in lieu of that, we can give them access to the underlying data in a usable format. The first way to export the data is to click the Export button at the bottom of the dashboard. Data in Crosstab are currently grayed out because we don't have anything selected. But if we click on a viz, even just the background, and then click Export again, data in Crosstab become available. Let's look at what each of these looks like. When we click Data, we can see the summary or aggregate view, which are the measures and dimensions represented on the chart. Clicking on the Underlying tab gives us a record level view of the underlying data, but only the columns or dimensions that are included in the viz. For example, we don't see zip code or product name on here. To see those, we just check the box that says Show All Columns. We could download all rows as a text file and work with it in Excel or another processing program. So we'll come back to this Show All Columns in a minute. From here we can download either the summary or the underlying data as a CSV file by clicking this link. The second way to export data is in a crosstab format, which essentially gives us a CSV of the summary tab in fewer clicks. Now if we only want to export part of a chart, just highlight the points you'd like to export. You can use Shift or Control to select multiple pieces that aren't contiguous, and then export data, and you'll see the data just for those selected marks. Now back when we checked Show All Columns, there's actually a way to hide the columns not used in the viz, even when this box is checked. So back in Tableau, if we choose a sheet and click the menu arrow next to the dimensions, we can click Hide All Unused Fields. Now all the dimensions and measures that are not currently pulled into the viz are hidden from view. They're grayed out here. You can toggle that by checking or unchecking Show Hidden Fields. If we save and publish this workbook now and try to view the underlying data again, the hidden fields don't show up, even when we check Show All Columns. This is a great way to limit what a user has access to, but remember with Tableau Public, anyone can download your entire workbook, including the underlying data. On the other hand, if you're using Tableau Professional, anyone with access to your data extract, whether on a shared drive or on Tableau server, can still access all the original fields. So at this point, the hidden fields are still hidden to the end user, indicated by the grayed out names. To actually unhide them and return them to the original state, we need to select them, right-click, and choose Unhide. And we can do this for all of them at once by holding Shift and selecting the entire group, and doing the same for our measures. An additional way to display underlying data to your user is to build a separate worksheet with the row-level information you'd like displayed, and create a dashboard filter action to jump to the sheet. You can easily create this type of sheet by first creating a new sheet, and then drag measure names to columns, measure values to text, and row ID to rows, and we'll add all members. So this is essentially the data table that is underlying our database, with the addition of all the calculated fields that we've included. From here we can also create groupings like customer name and order priority, and we can also hide which columns are displayed by using measure names in the filters and checking or unchecking the fields we'd like. So if we want to just display discount, order quantity, profit, and sales, now we can do that. To take this full circle, we'll go back to the dashboard, choose Dashboard Actions, and create a new filter action. Let's call this Drill into Details. And from any of the sheets on Dashboard 1, on the menu action, we'll jump to Sheet 5. We want to exclude all values, and we'll target all fields. And now from either the combo chart or the highlight table, we're able to drill into the details where we'd like. So aside from providing a data table in Tableau, there are 3 ways for users to get the underlying data. Dashboard viewers can use the toolbar button to export either the crosstab for summary or the data for row level. To share the data with another Tableau desktop user, store the extract on a shared drive and publish the data source to Tableau server, then assign the appropriate permission. To recap this analytical dashboard section, we focused on enabling analysts to effortlessly explore trends and extract insights from the data. First, we conducted an overview of the project, then we designed a robust time series chart and created parameters to control which measures are displayed and how they're aggregated and how they're sliced. Then we built a highlight table to provide the instant raw numbers an analyst generally needs. And finally, we explored the different ways to extract raw or aggregate data from the viz. In the next section, we'll dive into the creation of interactive ad hoc dashboards to quickly answer very specific one-off questions. In the last section, we built an analytical dashboard to democratize our data and empower our analysts. In this section, we'll be walking through an approach to ad hoc dashboarding, where we need to explore data based on a unique request or answer a specific question. We'll be working with sets and groups, exploring the different ways Tableau allows us to group our data. We'll create bins and box and whisker charts, as well as annotations. And finally, we'll build the funnel chart, which will help illustrate a flow and retention between phases. For this exercise, let's assume the Superstore leadership team is asking us to look at discounts in relation to customer retention and effect on our margin to help inform a strategic decision. Now, one caveat we'll discover quickly is that because Superstore dataset is fictitious, patterns and insights that we might expect in real life will be non-existent due to the randomization factor within the data. For example, looking at row level, each item ordered, we see a very random distribution of quantities between 1 and 50 and discounts between 0 and 10, with a few outliers. I've also done 2 things to the data to prepare for this example. First, I created another column in Excel called Unique Orders, which returns 1 for the first row in each order and 0 for the rest. This allows us to emulate a count distinct function that isn't available since we're using Excel as our database. If you have Tableau Desktop Professional, you can make an extract of the Excel data and enable that functionality. Second, I've numbered the orders from each customer by the date they were placed, so we can explore retention more intuitively. For example, if a customer has 4 orders associated to their name, I've assigned the first order number 1, second order number 2, and so on, creating the cumulative orders for customer field. Alright, let's dive into the dashboard. At the top, we have a comparison of 2 groups of customers. Those who received a discount of less than 5% on their first order, which are in blue, and those that received a discount of greater than 5% on their first order, which are in gray. And this is the lifetime value of each customer. So what this chart is showing us is that our customers that we give a 5% discount to, or greater than 5% discount to, on their first order turn into more profitable, higher margin, higher revenue customers over their lifetime, even though we give them a higher discount. So large discounts on the first order appear to result in higher lifetime value. Now on the left, we have a retention funnel for those same groups. We see a nearly identical retention rate between the group who received a large discount on their first order versus those who received a small discount. Next, we're showing a scatter plot of margin versus discount by customer. This can help us pinpoint our most unprofitable customers, so we know which relationships we need to work on. I've used a mark annotation to call out a customer with an average discount of over 100%, as well as an area notation to draw attention to customers with the most opportunity for us to improve profitability. Finally, we have a distribution of discount by repeat order number. So every customer's first 5 orders fall in this column, their next 5 orders fall in this column, their third 5 orders in this one, and so on. This viz shows that the number of orders a customer is placed does not appear to affect the discount they receive. This is certainly on the cluttered side of dashboards, and in practice I might split these up into 2 different pages to improve effectiveness. But here they are as a 1-pager for simplicity in this course. Together, these visualizations can help inform our audience of the impact of discounts on lifetime value and retention. A few keys to keep in mind. Ad hocs are, by definition, a specific request, so the layout and visualization possibilities are endless. When creating these, first focus on answering the questions that were asked, putting yourself in the shoes of the decision maker. What information do they need to make the best possible decision? Many times a comparison between an interesting set or cohort and the rest of your population can aid in this decision. Just make sure this is apples to apples or a fair comparison, and that these groups are well defined for your users. Now that we've looked over the project, let's dive in and create sets and bins for analysis in the next video. In the last video, we looked over our ad hoc dashboard project. In this video, we'll be taking the first step by bucketing our data using sets and groups. One of the most powerful ways to turn data into information is to use groups to compare between subsets. Tableau has a few built-in tools to help us do just that. Sets let us compare any number of selected items, the ins, to those left unselected, the outs. We'll be using a set to compare customers who received a 5% or greater discount on their first order versus those who did not. Before we get started, you'll notice that Tableau has grouped our fields by the Excel sheet that they live on, and our calculated fields now live outside those groups. If you don't have this second table added already, do so by right-clicking on the orders, click Edit Tables, and Add a Table. You'll add the returning customer order number, and on the Join tab, and this is important, you'll remove anything in the Join clause, and then join on Order ID, selecting Order ID from the orders and Order ID from returning customer order number. Leave it as equals and click Add, and then OK. And I already have that, so I'm going to go ahead and remove that. There are a couple ways to create a set. Before we demonstrate, let's create a calculated field that finds the dollar value of the discount, which is just discount times sales. We'll call it $discount, and just enter the field's discount times sales. Then we'll use that in a field called weighted discount. So create a field called weighted discount with the sum of $discount, our new calculated field, divided by the sum of sales. This gives us the weighted discount rate across multiple items, or when we slice down to the order level, the discount percentage for the entire order. Now we want to find customers who received a weighted discount of less than 5% on their first order. So we'll start with a new sheet, and we'll plot that weighted discount across columns. We'll drag customer name to detail. Customer name is going to be in our orders table. Then our cumulative orders for customer. Into filters, we just want the first order, and hit OK. Now we'll set our marks type to circle. If we take the color down a little bit in transparency, we can see the distribution of customers by the weighted discount on their first order. We could create a set by carefully selecting any marks less than 0.05, but that's not entirely accurate, so we'll go ahead and use a filter. We'll copy using Control, click and drag, weighted discount to filters. We'll say at most 0.049999. So now we're just looking at cumulative order discount percentages under 5%. Now we can select all the marks on the viz just by lassoing them, and hover over and click Create Set. We'll name the set Customers with less than 5% discount on order. I already have the set made, so I'll go ahead and cancel this, but you go ahead and hit OK. So now to show that it's working, let's go ahead and remove the filter, and then we'll color by that set. So we'll drag the customers with less than 5% discount to the color shelf. Now we've got blue orders in the set and gray orders outside the set. Now let's put this to use and create the top sheet on our viz. In a new sheet, let's drag out our set to the rows shelf, then drag our applicable metrics to the column shelf. So we have order quantity, sales, profit, margin, which is a calculated field, and dollar discount, another calculated field. Let's also copy the set to colors to make it stand out a little more. Next, let's talk about groups. So groups allow us to combine and name two more discrete members of a dimension into a single item, to view them alongside other combined or non-combined members. So if we take state and we create a group, we could take Oregon, and I'm holding control, Washington, and California, and group them together. We can call this West Coast. And we can view that alongside, let's say, Idaho and Colorado and Utah, and we'll say mountains. And we can view those alongside other states or other groups of states. We won't be using groups in this dashboard, but I wanted to remind you of that capability since it's a really easy type of bucket to create. One thing to keep in mind with any of these bucketing methods is that they're static and inflexible. So if you need to group in a more customized or dynamic manner, you can always use a calculated field with a case or an if formula. For example, this is assigning the bucket or the label 1 to 5 for a cumulative order equal to 1. It does that all the way up to 5, and then it assigns a new bucket label for everything between 6 and 10, and does the same going up. These will update automatically when you add new data, and you can customize them as much as you need to. So we've covered two types of bucketing, sets and groups, which empower you to perform comparative analysis and show the difference between two or more buckets. Sets are limited to two members, either a data point is in the set or it's not. Groups allow you to quickly combine items that you'd like to treat as a single item, like referring to Washington, Oregon, and California as the West Coast. The downside to sets and groups is that they're static, so if you need more flexibility or a more robust solution, use a case statement. For example, we can bucket all products that contain the word paper as paper products. And this group will automatically update to include any additional paper products we start selling in the future. In the next video, we'll work with bins and create a box and whisker distribution chart. In the last video, we looked at two of Tableau's bucketing options, sets and groups. In this video, we'll look at a third method called bins. We'll also build box and whisker chart. Bins are a special type of bucket for grouping numerical data into equally sized intervals. These are very useful for creating histograms or reducing noise within our visualization. On our dashboard, we have a distribution of discount rate by the customer's order number, which shows that, say, a customer's first 5 orders have a median discount approximately the same as the rest of their orders. And even the quartiles don't seem to move significantly higher or lower with multiple orders. This would help the audience understand that we're not rewarding repeat customers with higher discounts, for better or for worse. So, to create this, let's first make a new sheet. Then we'll right-click on Cumulative Orders for Customer, and click Create Bin. We can have Tableau load the range of values here and get an idea what can be bucketed. And it's telling us we have values between 1 and 26, and it's recommended a size of bin for us here. Let's go ahead and set the size of bin to 5. One thing to note is that even though our data starts at 1, Tableau's buckets start at 0, so the first bin will contain the values between 0 and 4.999, while the second bin will have from 5 up to but not including 10, and so on. While bins might work in many cases, this isn't going to work for us since it's only grouping the first 4 orders, orders 1 through 4, in the first bucket, and then grouping orders 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, the next 5 orders, in the next bucket. We want equally sized buckets based on our data. So we can work around this by using a calculated field that will return our desired bins instead of using Tableau's bins. Let's create a calculated field called cumulative orders for customer. And then I'm going to put in parentheses bin using case, because we're going to try it another way in a minute. So this is a case statement that's going to assign a label, 1 through 5, for each individual potential case of order sequence for our customers. So if the order is in the first 5 orders, it's going to get the label 1 through 5. If it's in the next 5, it'll get the label 6 through 10, all the way up to 21 plus. So this is a bit tedious to type out, and if you really needed to do it this way for 50 or more values, it probably makes sense to put together a concatenation function in Excel and then copy-paste that in here. However, what if a customer gets up to order number 200 or 1,000 and we don't have that accounted for? So instead of using this case formula, which might work fine in many other cases, let's formulaically build a label that gives us the range, not just the first and last number. So we'll cancel this, and we'll create a new field. And take a deep breath, because here we go. I always find it easiest to build complex calculations by working from the inside out. That is, to follow the order of operations that I want to happen, instead of necessarily writing the formula from left to right. So let's call this cumulative orders for customer bins using int. So we'll first take our cumulative orders number and subtract 1 from it. Then we'll divide this quantity by 5. That's our bin size. So this will turn a 1 into a 0, a 3 into 0.4, 5 into 0.8, etc. So then we'll use the int function on this, which essentially rounds it down to the nearest lower integer. So that will turn out to be 0 for our orders between 1 and 5, and 1 for our orders between 6 and 10. Then we need to multiply that value by 5. And then to that result, let's add 1. This will return a 1 for anything between 1 and 5, and a 6 for anything between 6 and 10. We can test that out now by hitting OK. Let's drag cumulative orders to rows, and then our new field, cumulative orders for customer using int, to the rows as well. And let's switch this to a discrete measure and use average. So it always take itself, essentially. So when we give it a 1, it returns a 1. When we give it a 2, the field returns a 1, all the way up to 5. And then from 6 through 10, it returns a 6. 11 to 15, it returns 11. So this is returning the first number in the group that we want. And you can see if we went up to a very high number, this would still keep working, even though we don't have necessarily a planned case for it. So far so good, but instead of just a 6, we want it to return a string that says 6 through 10, or 11 through 15. That way we can really inform the audience exactly what they're looking at. So let's keep going. We'll right-click Edit this field. And now that we have our starting number, let's convert it to a string. So we'll take the string function, str, and take the string of that number, which will just be the text of that number, and concatenate a hyphen to it. So the plus sign is just concatenation. We want to concatenate the string, which is just the hyphen. And then we want to concatenate something else, the ending number. So let's copy this first portion and paste it below. So right now this would return 1 to 1, or 6 to 6, but we want it to return 1 to 5, or 6 to 10. So instead of adding 1 at the end, we want to add 5. So now this will return 1 to 5, or 6 to 10. Let's hit apply and test it out. So this is no longer a number, which is why this turned red. It's now a string. You should be able to find it up here in our cumulative orders. So let's remove it from this viz. We'll use it from our dimensions. So now for 1 through 5, we have 1 to 5. 6 through 10, we have 6 to 10. Perfect. So now you've seen a few ways you can make your own groupings in Tableau using calculated fields and bins. Let's now take this calculated field and use it to make our box and whisker plot to show a distribution. Let's go ahead and clear the sheet, and we'll start by dragging our field out to the column shelf. Then we'll drag weighted discount out to our rows, and finally order ID to the detail. Let's switch the mark types to circle, and we'll use the color to drop our transparency down a lot lower. We can now see the pretty even distribution across repeat order buckets, but we can do better to make that distribution more obvious. Let's add a reference line called the box plot to show the distribution into quartiles. Right-click on the axis, choose Add Reference Line, and Box Plot. We can leave the rest of the settings at their default value, and hit Apply. So Tableau has drawn a helpful overlay to show us the exact distribution of our discount rates. We could actually drop the transparency to show a little bit more color through there. So in this video, we've used bins to group the data into even-sized chunks and even highlight frequency like in a histogram. Bins, like sets and groups, are quick and easy to implement, but can be inflexible if you need more control. So don't be afraid to use a calculated field to achieve what you need. Box and whisker charts are used to depict distribution, including median and quartiles. So now that we've successfully created a distribution chart, in the next video we'll use a simple scatter plot with annotation to highlight potential areas to investigate. In the last video, we explored bins and custom bucketing using calculated fields. In this video, we'll be adding textual callouts on a chart to add context and draw attention to important areas. When we publish a chart, sometimes we need to answer the immediate questions right on the chart. Questions like, what's that spike in the trend, or why is that an outlier, are easily handled by annotation and make you look good since you've already thought through and answered your audience's most pressing questions. So let's create this scatter plot with an area and mark annotation to illustrate this capability. Something that might be interesting to know in the context of this dashboard is which customers are unprofitable and what kind of discount they're getting. A scatter plot will help us show the distribution and highlight any outliers. Let's start by dragging weighted discount to columns and margin to rows, and then add customer name to labels. This will disaggregate our 1 point into each customer. Let's also drag that set we created, customers with less than 5%, onto the color. So now we can see which customers received less than 5% discount or greater than 5% discount on their first order. So a couple things stand out. First, who's this guy Bradley that we're apparently paying to take our product from us? This could be a data issue, which we would still need to address, so let's make sure that our audience knows to investigate this account and either fix the data or fix the relationship. So we'll right-click on Bradley's circle, go to Annotate, and choose Mark. The annotation we'll make on this mark is Investigate, and let's make it bold and red and large. So now no matter where we drag this, it's still pointing at that point. Now you may have noticed there were 3 types of annotations: marks, points, and area. What we just did was annotate a mark, which you'll remember Tableau defines as an element that's drawn on the viz. This uses a combination of a text box and an arrow to point at the interesting mark. You can format and control the formatting by right-clicking on it and go into Format. You can change the thickness and color of the line, even the line end if it's an open arrow or a dot. This annotation will stay with the customer even if the data changes over time, and will disappear if the customer ever disappears from this graph. The second type of annotation is a point annotation, which instead of being tied to a mark, is tied to an intersection of the X and Y axis. So we can make a point annotation independent of the presence of marks. So see, we can't create a mark annotation here because there was no mark to annotate, but we can annotate a point. And that's tied to that XY coordinate. We'll go ahead and remove this for now. And the last type of annotation, area annotation, is simply a colored semi-transparent square with a text box, which allows us to highlight an area instead of a single point. So let's make one now by right-clicking on the sheet, choosing Annotation, Area, and let's call this Above Average Discount, but Negative Profit. Make it red and bold again. And now we've got a box we can drag out to the appropriate areas on the viz. And from here we can move the text by moving the left dot. And we can also color the background by right-clicking and formatting. Control the shading. Maybe we want to make it red, mostly transparent. So now this area is covering our above average discounts and our negative profitability. Remember, you can create annotations on any type of chart, not just the scatter plot. So let's go ahead and put what we have so far onto a dashboard. We'll start by creating a new dashboard. Change the size. 1200 by maybe 550. We'll start by dragging out a vertical container and then throw our bar chart into that vertical container. And then below this we want our funnel chart we haven't made yet next to our scatter plot and then our box and whisker plot. So since we want them to align horizontally, let's drag a horizontal container into this vertical container. We'll drag our box and whisker and our scatter plot inside this container but to the left. So to recap, three types of annotation are mark, point, and area. Mark annotation is a text box with an arrow pointing to a piece of data on the viz. It will move with the mark or disappear if the mark is no longer shown. Point annotation is a text box with an arrow pointing to an XY intersection on the viz, independent of any marks. Finally, area annotation is a shaded box with a label drawn on top of the chart. So now that we've covered annotation, the final viz we'll create for this dashboard is a funnel chart, which is very useful for demonstrating flow or conversion through a defined series of events. See you in the next video. In the last video, we implemented annotations on a scatter plot to help communicate important points to our audience. In this video, we'll be creating a funnel chart to depict customer retention by cumulative number of orders. So first, what exactly is a funnel chart? A funnel chart quantifies and illustrates progress through a defined series of events, and it gets its name from the shape it resembles. These are very powerful charts when you have a use case, since the visualization really promotes the understanding of the data. One of the best uses of this type of chart is for sales conversions. Let's say you have 100 sales leads. If we're able to establish dialogue with 90 of them, we've converted 90% of our leads to relationships. We've also retained 90% of our original pool. If we do 50 consultations, we've converted 55.5% of our relationships to consultations and retained 50% of our original leads. Now those consultations have led to 40 proposals, which is 80% of our consultations and 40% of our leads. You see the pattern of calculation here, where a conversion is the number at the current stage divided by the number at the previous stage, and the retention is the number at the current stage divided by the first original number. This pattern is crucial to the table calculation we'll be creating in a minute. And to finish off this example, if we have 20 sales, that means we've converted 50% of our proposals and retained 20% of our original leads through the entire sales process. Now let's go ahead and create this in Tableau. We'll start by dragging unique orders out to rows and customer set to columns. We want to split out these bars by the cumulative order number. So let's drag that out to the label. We now see 397 first orders for customers who received less than a 5% discount, and 398 unique orders for customers who received 5% or higher discount on their first order. Now to give this a funnel effect, we need to set the width of each section of the bar also based on the number of orders. So control drag sum of unique orders to size. And you can see our chart's taking shape right away. Let's make the whole viz a bit wider and assign a color based on the customer group. So hold Control again and we'll copy the customer segment to color. To make these tiers more distinct, let's add a border around each one. So click on Color, go to Border, and let's choose a dark gray. Now what we're interested in is finding out how many of our customers make it to their nth order. So out of 397 customers, how many have placed at least, let's say, 5 orders? And what percentage is that of the 397? So to do that, we need a calculated field that takes the number of orders placed at each level and divides it by the number of customers who placed an original first order. So first, let's copy unique orders to the label so we can get an idea of what number we can expect. So here we've got 390 over 397. In this, for 5, we'll have 286 divided by 397, and so on. Now let's make the calculated field. Right-click, Create Calculated Field. We'll call this Retention Rate. And we want this to be the sum of our unique orders divided by the first sum of unique orders. So again, we want sum of unique orders, but we want to wrap this in the lookup function because we're going to look up the first unique order value in the column. So what this should do is take the value of unique orders at every point along our funnel and look up the first point, the original 397 unique orders. The lookup function is a table calc that looks up and returns another data point on the viz based on the parameter you give it, this first element being the parameter. For example, lookup of something, -1, returns the previous number based on the calculation direction that you set, like table down. Remember, you can always click on a function to learn more about it. So let's hit OK, and let's drag this out to our label. It looks like it's currently using table across. The 1 is 100% of itself. It's looking up the leftmost column, and this is 0.0 or 0.3% higher. This is 1% higher, etc. So we can change that by using Compute Using, and we'll choose Cumulative Order for Customer. Looks good. Let's format it. So we'll right-click, Format, change it to a percentage with 1 decimal place. So now for 5 orders, we have a 72% retention when we've given less than a 5% discount on the first order. So let's add a little context on the labels. Click on Label and the ... by text, and we'll say order number, number of customers, and retention, just to give our numbers a little context. Now we can hop over to our dashboard and go ahead and drag it out. Make it a bit wider here. So we have our lifetime value comparison between customers who received less than a 5% discount on their first order versus those who received 5% discount or more. Our funnel chart compares the same group for customer loyalty. Our scatter plot helps us identify outlier customers or patterns in the relationship between discounts and margin. And finally, our box and whisker plot shows the distribution of discount percentage by order number, showing that the discount rate is not based on order number. So in this section, we explored the ad hoc dashboard creation process, some best practices, and some useful grouping methods and charts for conveying our message. In the next section, we'll take a look at a single dashboard and really focus on getting the formatting dialed. Great formatting and attention to detail can make all the difference in the world to your user. And while Tableau defaults are a good start, we can always customize it to our audience's preferences and expectations. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Tableau Dashboard Design. In the last section, we blasted through the creation of our 5th dashboard in the course. And in this section, we'll be taking a deeper dive into dialing the user interface and formatting. We'll quickly cover some basic underlying principles of effective design, and then move on to the walkthrough of formatting the various elements of the dashboard, starting with axis labels and lines, labels and tooltips, numbers, and finally parameters, quick filters, and legends. Tableau does a great job of providing a default set of colors and styling that is acceptable for the majority of scenarios. As I understand, this is an area in which they've invested heavily, and it really shows. Additionally, when you need to customize the look and feel, I've only found a few cases where there wasn't a way to accomplish what I want to deliver, or at least something very close to it. So for this section, we're going to take this operational dashboard we made in section 4 and visually transform it to further enhance the user experience. Creating a visually stunning dashboard can really draw your audience in, making them want to spend longer time interacting and just soaking it in. One overarching principle of dashboard design is to keep in mind the paradoxical addition by subtraction principle. The more ink and distractions you can remove from the dashboard, but still communicate the information, the better. This improves the speed of comprehension by giving the viewer fewer elements to distract them. Instead of trying to enhance your dashboard by adding things like 3D effects, shadows, patterns, borders, grid lines, try removing the lines, labels, extra colors, and borders until the only thing left is the data to be consumed. I'm a big fan of using a very dark gray background and a bold accent color to draw the user's focus to the most important elements on the dashboard. The dark background is a personal preference rooted in strong positive user feedback. It's not necessarily an industry best practice, and instead of a white background. And alternatively, if you're expecting viewers to print your dashboard regularly, definitely go with a white background because it will print a lot better. I tend to like to use a very limited number of accent colors, usually just one if I can get away with it, in addition to a bright white with a secondary color being a medium gray. And unless you have a really good reason to use more, I recommend using a maximum of 2 font faces on your dashboard. That would be 1 for titles, 1 for content. In this case, we'll only be using 1 throughout the entire dashboard, Trebuchet. You can then use font sizes to further delineate importance. For example, a good rule of thumb, axis labels should be very small if you're even showing them, like 8 point. Headers and labels should be 10 to 12, chart titles can be 12 to 14, and the big exception here is text callouts, which you can bump up to around 30 to make them really stand out. So with those concepts in mind, let's go ahead and start the transformation. The first thing we'll do is to change the background color of the dashboard by going to Dashboard, Format, and under Dashboard Shading, we'll change the default to not black, but the first dark gray. You'll notice a few elements change their style as well, the parameter and the legend. But you can see we still have a lot of work to do with the rest of the dashboard. To summarize what we covered in this video, first, less is more. We want to use clean visualizations and remove anything that could distract the user from the story. Especially if the dashboard is being projected on a screen, use a dark gray background with a bold accent color to help ease eye strain. On the other hand, if you're expecting the dashboard to be printed more than occasionally, a white background is best. Use one or at most two font faces on any single dashboard. Use your font sizes to make it easy for your user to find the most important information. Increase the size of important text like titles and callouts, and reduce the size of axis labels and footers. Now that we've covered some best practices around simplification and consistency within the dashboard, we'll continue to transform this dashboard in the next video. In the last video, we discussed best practices and the concepts we'll implement in this section. In this video, we'll dive in and begin formatting our sheets, paying special attention to axis labels and lines. We'll start with our combo chart. Right-click on the chart background and choose Format. Click on the paint bucket icon and make sure you're on the Sheet tab instead of rows or columns, and set the Worksheet Default Fill to None. Now we'll remove the white borders by clicking on the Borders icon and setting the row dividers and column dividers to None. For these, the header inherits the pane unless you choose otherwise, so you only need to set it once for rows and once for columns. So that gets rid of our borders. Now let's get rid of these pesky axis ticks. Go to the lines and under axis ticks, set it to None. Next we'll hide the field label for week by right-clicking on it and saying Hide. And let's edit the title to reflect our new colors and be a bit more descriptive. We'll say weekly service level versus number of orders shipped, and we'll center it and color it with this bottom medium gray on the left, and then we'll just highlight the words service level and color them blue. And then to help us when we color the marks similarly, let's go back into the color picker, go to more colors, and with this color selected, hit Add to Custom Colors. Next, let's format the axes. You'll notice we're doing all this from the dashboard view, not in the worksheet, which is convenient, but it can be done from either view. So right-click on the left axis and choose Format. We want to set the font to 8-point, bold, trebuchet, with the same medium gray that we used in the title. Let's also relabel this number of orders shipped. So right-click on the axis, click Edit Axis, and change this to number of orders shipped. Now let's change the font of the right axis. Just by clicking on it, we already have the formatting pane open, so we can change the font right here to trebuchet, bold, but instead of gray, let's make it blue to match our service level color. This will help user make the connection between which mark ties to which axis. Now we can do a lot of sheet formatting in here in the dashboard view, but the one thing we can't do is format the marks. So let's hop into this sheet by clicking the Go to Sheet. Now double click the color legend where it says Ship Service Level to bring up the color picker. And then we'll use our custom color for this. So double click, apply the custom color, and hit OK. For number of records, let's set it to the dark gray from the Tableau 20 palette, and hit OK. So now let's jump back to our dashboard and see how it looks. One last tweak on this chart for now. Let's change the reference line to be a dashed blue line. Right-click Format. Under Line, More Colors. We'll use our custom blue. But let's also subdue it a bit by setting the transparency to about 50%. And one more thing, let's go ahead and add a label for the reference line. Right-click Edit, and under Label, we'll pick Custom, and just type in Service Level Goal, and OK. Now we can format the label by right-clicking on it and changing the shading to be our background color, and our font to be that light gray. This is looking a lot cleaner already. Now let's go ahead and format our order priority chart. This will be a bit of a repeat, but we'll right-click Format and switch our background color to none. You can also switch it to the same background color, but if you're going to change your background color in the future, just know that you're going to have to adjust it on all your sheets if you do select the color for each one. We'll also get rid of our borders the same way we did before. Click on the borders, and under the dividers, set them to none. Now let's hide the x-axis altogether. Right-click on it, and uncheck Show Header. Now let's adjust the title by double-clicking on it, and we'll center it, and change the color to the medium gray. Now let's change the bar headers to a different font. If we click on this, remember our actions are still enabled, so we'll jump to our operational dashboard. So let's head back to the summary dashboard, and we'll click Go to Sheet. From here, the actions aren't enabled, so we can right-click and Format. We'll change our font to Trebuchet again. Let's make it 10-point, bold, gray. And then let's change the color of the bar to our bright blue. Now if we head back to our dashboard, we can see that's looking pretty clean. Now sit back and relax while I repeat this same process exactly for the next 3 charts at the bottom. Just kidding, instead of redoing this, we'll right-click on By Order Priority and copy formatting, and then we'll paste that formatting to each of these sheets. That takes care of most of the work. But since they're using different fields, we do need to customize each one. Set to Trebuchet 10 and remove the axis. Once again for product container, 10-point, medium gray. Remove the axis. And finally for customer segment, Trebuchet 10-point, medium gray. And hide the axis. Alright. Now let's recolor and center the titles to the medium gray center. Medium gray center. Guess what? Medium gray and center. So I think you'll agree that's a pretty drastic transformation from where we started just a few minutes ago. To recap, we focused on styling our lines, labels, and marks. We removed borders around the charts by setting row and column dividers to none. We removed axis ticks by clicking on Format Lines, which is the paintbrush icon, and set them to none. And finally, we color-coded our text, axis, and labels to match our marks to help our users quickly understand which objects are connected to each other. In the next video, we'll continue the enhancements by adding labels and tooltips. In the last video, we worked through customizing the formatting for axes, borders, and lines. In this video, we'll be creating relevant labels and tooltips to maximize the communication of information to our audience. When we took away the axis headers from our data, we took away the impact scale from our audience. We can certainly see that regular air dominates our shipping modes, but is that 8 packages or 10 million? Axis headers are a messy and imprecise communication of scale, but scale is certainly necessary here. Employing data labels can achieve the same effect with more precision and faster comprehension. Let's go ahead and add labels to this chart. Hop into the sheet and copy number of records, holding Control, to the label. Now edit the font by clicking Label, Text, and let's change this to Trebuchet 10-point, bold, white, and OK. Looks like it's a little squished. There we go. Now there are additional label settings beyond all on or all off. So let's take a look on the next chart. The easiest way to replicate labels and formatting from one sheet to the next is to copy the actual label text out of the box and paste it into the desired label box. So go to Label and Copy. This is especially true if you have more intricate formatting but use the same or similar fields. So let's copy that label text from our ship mode chart, head over to the product container sheet. First we need to copy the number of records to the label. Then we need to click Label, More, and paste our value there. And again, these are just a little tight for this label, so we'll make it slightly larger. So let's look at the label options that we have. So right now, Mark's label is set to All. But if you change it to Selected, it'll only show up when you have one selected. If you choose Min Max, there are even more options. Let's get some more room here. Drag Marks up to the top and hit Label again. So we can see we have the label minimum value, the label maximum value. So if we just want to show the label at the maximum value, we would uncheck the minimum value. Now we're just looking at the largest line. We can also change what field it used to define min and max. So we could choose product container, and the max value would be alphabetically the last one, so wrap bag, because it starts with a W. The minimum value alternatively would be jumbo box, because alphabetically it's the first. Let's go ahead and leave it on automatic for now, and maximum, but we'll keep that in mind for later charts. One more thing to note on these options is the scope. To demonstrate that, let's add another dimension. Let's say region. So we currently have it set to show the label for the max of each pane, which is our region. If we set it to cell, it'll show the max of each cell, which is itself. If we set it to table, it looks at the entire table and only displays for the largest dimension. If we set it to pane and switch the order of product container and region, you can see it now defines the pane by product container, showing labels for the top values in each. Let's go ahead and undo the last couple moves to get region out of there. And now we'll hop over to the combo chart and use this technique to add a label to the most recent data point for both the bar and the line. Under the marks card for sum of number of records, let's add number of records from the row shelf. And let's go ahead and format this chart background so we can see this. We want to fill with our gray, and we'll change our label to default to Trebuchet 8-point bold white. Now let's set the label to only display for the min and max. Again, let's move the marks card up so we can see this whole menu here due to the screen resolution. We want to view on the entire table based on our week of ship date, just the max value. And let's do the same for the service level line. So ag of ship service level, we'll control drag the ship service level onto the label. And again, format that, Trebuchet 8-point bold white. And then for the label, min max, week of ship date, only the maximum value. Now you might have noticed on the label there's another option called line ends. Then we can label just the start or the end of the line without having to mess with which min max scope we're talking about. So let's go ahead and set it to line ends, end of line. Before we move on to the next video, let's format this date axis. Right click and format. For the dates, let's go ahead and remove the year. That way we can fit the text horizontally instead of vertically. It's easier to read this way. And let's also format the text to be Trebuchet 8-point bold medium gray. That'll make it much easier to read, and we won't really have to worry about the year if this is truly a 15-week trend based off today's date. Remember that you have plenty of default options for number formats, but you can always customize your own based on the standard number formatting rules, similar to Excel in most cases. One thing to keep in mind when you're displaying any numbers on your dashboard is the level of precision that you're showing. If you remember back in high school chemistry class, you might recall the use of sig figs, or significant figures. For example, the number 1300 has two significant figures, the 1 and the 3. The number 1302 has four significant figures. The number 40.500% has five significant figures. Every trailing zero after the decimal point counts. In dashboarding, oftentimes displaying two sig figs is generally an acceptable level of precision and very quick to consume. 3 is considered precise, and anything higher appears unreadable and adds little value. What would you rather read, 4.6 million or 4,612,349.3? Obviously, your stakeholders will ultimately dictate if you need every last decimal, but I'd encourage you to round your labels when possible in order to increase the comprehension speed and avoiding bogging down the viewer with minutia. In the interest of not boring you with repetition, I'll add identical labels for the two remaining bar charts after this video ends, and I'll see you on the next video to work with optimizing tooltips. In the last video, we discussed the number of options we have when using labels and how to use appropriate precision or significant figures. In this video, we'll continue on and talk about implementing effective tooltips. Hovering the mouse over any data point in Tableau will bring up the default tooltip with the fields associated with the mark listed along with their values. This alone is an excellent feature when you're looking at a chart without labels or where you'd like to communicate, say, a percentage of total, but only as a secondary measure to the actual number on the viz. This is only a starting point, though. The real power comes when you can use them to tell a story. So let's hop in and edit the tooltip just by clicking the box. So this is a very simple story to tell. There are 4 unshipped orders that need to go out by a delivery truck. This will work just like label editing, where it allows you to use the fields you have added to the sheet as well as parameters. So let's go ahead and type that text in. 4 unshipped orders need to go out via delivery truck. Then we'll replace the 4 with the number of records. Control X, Control V, and then the ship mode. Control X, Control V. And we can see what this will look like by clicking the preview button. 4 unshipped orders need to go out via delivery truck. Now we're telling a good story with our data, but the style doesn't really match our dashboard. So let's go ahead and change the font to Trebuchet. We'll make it 12, bold, and let's change the color of the ship mode to our blue. Looks like it fits a lot better. Another thing we can do to really clean up this is to remove the bar with the command buttons. So we hit OK, we hover over, we have this bar down here with some very useful buttons if you're an analyst looking at this and trying to dive in and make something out of it. But if you're actually just consuming the information, these can get really confusing if you haven't used Tableau before, especially if somebody accidentally clicks on keep only or create a set. They have no idea how to get back. So we can disable that bar by going into Tooltip and unchecking include command buttons. Now when we hover over, we have a clean story with nothing else to get in the way. One final thing we could add here to help our viewers is to explain the interactivity right in the tooltip. So if they click on the chart, they'll be taken to the order detail page to view the orders. So let's tell them that. surround it with asterisks to help delineate it as a note. I also like to lighten the font, maybe a lighter gray, italic, not bold. And that kind of looks more like an instruction. Providing instructions in this manner seems to be quickly becoming a Viz best practice. So next, let's move on to create a tooltip for our combo chart. You notice right now if you mouse over the bars, you get a different tooltip than you do for the line. For the line you get the ship service level, for the bar you get the number of records. When you have multiple marks cards, you have the capability to customize each, but we'll be using the all card. That way they look the same for the line and the bar. The first thing we need to do is copy both values from the rows shelf into the all marks card. So I'm just going to hold Control and drag them into tooltip. Now mousing over it should give us the same tooltip. The number of records and ship service level. And then if we mouse over the line, number of records and ship service level. Let's go ahead and edit the tooltip. We want it to say service level value, ship service level for the number of orders shipped during the week of ship date. Let's also format this in the same manner. And hide the command buttons. Now we can add a bit more context by showing the goal parameter for our tooltip. So let's use a line of dashes to help separate a couple sections. We'll go back to our darker gray and say service level target is, and then we'll use our parameter shipping service level. So now we can preview this and see our parameter shows up here in context. That's helpful, but what would be even better is to say whether we hit or missed service level and have a visual indicator of that. A lot of Viz best practices are going one step further and actually asking yourself or even asking your audience, what question are you asking with this data? What are you trying to answer? And if the answer to that question is, are we making ship service level? That's an important thing that we want to know. Then let's tell them that, not just give them the information to figure it out. If we give them the ship service level and the ship service level goal, they're still having to do the math, and that takes time and effort to figure that out. We want to simplify that and say we made it or we missed it, and then provide the supporting numbers if they're interested. So to do this, let's hit OK. We'll create a new calculated field. Let's call this ship service level made. And we want this to say if the ship service level is greater than or equal to our shipping service level parameter, then made, else null. And what this will do is this will return the text made when we've made our service level. So let's copy this and hit OK. And we'll make a new one. We can actually just duplicate it. We'll edit our duplicate. We'll say ship service level missed. And what we'll do is switch this around. So it's ship service level is less than shipping service level. Then we want to say missed, otherwise null. So now let's drag both of those fields to our tooltip. And make sure, again, that you're on the all tooltip. So since we're getting a little packed here, I'm going to slide some of these parameters over to the right. And then we'll hit tooltip. So what we want to do is insert those fields right here next to each other service level made, service level missed. And let's color the made text blue, and we'll color the missed text orange. And let's just change this line to read made missed service level target of shipping service level. So now if we preview, both of these will show up in color as null, but one of these will be null, which won't show up at all, and the other will show up. So we'll always have one or the other, service level target of 85%. Let's hit OK and test it out. So here we made the service level target. Here we made it as well. Here we missed it. See, the blue line is below the goal line. What we're doing here is essentially tricking our tooltip into showing one or the other, but never both, and that's how we can control the color for text conditionally. You can do this for numbers as well, so you can have 76% be orange if we missed it, or blue if we made it. We just have to duplicate the fields and make a made or a missed, drag them in there, put them both in, and color them accordingly. So this is definitely telling a more complete story with helpful color-coded language to allow the user to quickly digest the information. One final element we could add to this tooltip is an explanation for how our service level KPI is calculated. So let's click on Tooltip and copy this row. And then we'll type in a description. Service level is calculated by taking, and we'll make this a light gray and italic and not bold. One thing you may have noticed with these verbose tooltips is that they only appear for 8 seconds unless you slide your mouse over top of the tooltip. So unless your user is aware of that and how to keep the tooltip up by mousing over it, they're going to be limited to about 8 seconds of reading. If you write an entire novel in there, you'll not only overwhelm the user, but chances are they'll become frustrated trying to read it all. Another idea for definitions and other data source information, you could use a URL action to put a link to a separate dashboard page you created with all your definitions in one spot, or some other external resource. That way when they'd mouse over, they'd see a blue underline link go to definitions page, and they'd be able to get all their information on there, and that would unclutter the tooltip a bit. To review, we want to use tooltips to tell the story. First, we should always, and I mean always, hide the command buttons for our end users. They're powerful for you and I as we work in Tableau and understand what they do, but they're nothing but trouble and distraction for end users. We can use tooltips to explain in sentence format what each data point means. And we can do this with color-coded language by using calculated fields to return either positive or negative value, placing both in the tooltip and color-coding them. Finally, we can help answer some of our users' most pressing questions with tooltips like, how is this KPI calculated, by placing the definition right in the tooltip. So now that we've dialed in our tooltips, in the next video we'll finish off the dashboard styling by working with our parameters and legends. In the last video, we covered a variety of things you could do to enhance your user's experience using tooltips. In this video, we'll be finishing our refinement by dialing in the last few elements of our dashboard. We'll start by formatting our parameter. You can see that the service level parameter adjusted to this gray background when we change the color of the dashboard background. Unfortunately, we can't customize this formatting any further to actually make it blend seamlessly into our dashboard. Instead, we'll need to take an approach like we did in the strategic dashboard section, but this time we'll make it a bit shorter. Since it's just a parameter we want to display, not a filter, just drag out a text box onto the dashboard, put it right in between here, and we'll type service level goal, and then we'll insert the parameter value. Now let's format this as trebuchet. We'll make it 10 point, light gray, bold, and centered. And let's make the actual parameter our blue and 14 point. So now to get this to line up on top of the readout slider, let's drag a vertical container into here as well. We'll drag the service level metric into the container, and as well as the parameter. Now for the parameter, we need to customize it and uncheck show readout, and also hide the title. Now if we select this container and slide it next to today's date, make it a bit taller, we have an excellent formatted readout of the 85%. Now today's date doesn't necessarily line up with the new parameter, and there's no way to get these even closer. So let's format the today's date to match. First we'll make it trebuchet with our gray, 10 point, centered. And then in order to get the spacing correctly, let's just add another blank line here, and we have to type a space so that way Tableau knows to be sure to include it and not just hide it. Let's make it an 8-point space, and now we have a lot better alignment between today's date and the service level goal. Maybe we'll drop this just a few more points, so it looks like 5 point was the trick. The final thing we'll do on this dashboard is to move the legend to the bottom of the combo chart. Right now it's up in the title area. Want it centered about in the bottom. Now we can add a background color to make this a little bit easier to read. We just click the action arrow, format legends. We can add maybe a 50% transparency shading on the legend. Looks a little cramped in there. Instead of using the background for the legend, let's go ahead and set that background to none, and we'll drag out a text box. Holding Shift, I'll just type a space here. So now we have a text box we can format, and we can shade this with a 50% black background and make that our background instead. So let's just move this to the front first, so that way it floats above the gray background, and then we'll put the gray background behind it. One last adjustment we could make would be to change this font to trebuchet, which we can do by formatting the legend and changing the font of the body right here. To summarize what we covered in this video, we learned how to create seamless parameters, legends, and quick filters on our dashboard. You can create a fully customized parameter readout by using a text object on the dashboard. Quick filters and parameters can be formatted by right-clicking on them and choosing Format. You can also use floating text boxes to create visual containers or dividers by leaving the contents blank, using the background shading to get the color you want. You can even create lines just by making a text box 1 to 2 pixels wide. In the next section, we'll be covering publication options and best practices to get the dashboard into your users' hands. Welcome back to the final section of this Tableau dashboard design course. So far, we've covered dashboarding best practices, created 5 dashboards, and completed a deep dive into dialing the formatting and user interface to create an exceptional and informative experience for your consumer. In this section, we'll be preparing the dashboard for publication and covering the ins and outs of distributing using Tableau Public, Tableau Server, and Tableau Reader. Finally, I'll leave you with some next steps to take your dashboarding skills to an even higher level. So before you distribute your work, let's focus on ways we can tighten up the user interface to limit any potential confusion for the viewer. The first thing to do is to hide the command toolbar on all of your visualizations. You do this by going into the viz, clicking on Tooltip, and unchecking Include Command buttons. The toolbar is really handy while you're doing your analysis, but when a user who's unfamiliar to Tableau sees it, confusion may ensue, or they could click one of the commands accidentally and not have any idea how to undo what they just did. Just disable these for a better end-user experience. When you've put yourself in the end-user's shoes and tried to make their interactive experience as intuitive as possible, it's now time to solicit help from teammates and beta testers to get their feedback. One of the most important things you can do at this stage is try to break your dashboard. Click on everything. Select obscure parameters or filters and combinations and see how the viz responds. Is what happened to what a first-time user would expect to happen? Is it confusing? Does it look right? With this knowledge, you can fix what's breaking, provide instructions where needed, and have a workaround thought out for other circumstances that a user might encounter when they ask you for help. One thing that might be helpful is to provide the users with a quick help page that gives an overview of features and functionality, expected behaviors, and examples of the type of interactivity they can engage in. If you have multiple tabs in your dashboard, make sure you call that out so your users know that additional information is available. You can also mention those tooltips you meticulously crafted so the users know they should be able to get more information on any item by hovering over it. This help page can just be a dashboard full of text boxes and images, with a link from each page, just like how we created the back button in section 4. It might be helpful to include hints on your dashboard, like a pair of asterisks next to the titles of interactive objects on the dashboard. One additional point to consider is what data should be available for your users to export or download. When you publish on your organization's Tableau server or Tableau Online, you have the ability to hide specific underlying fields or even disable data download altogether. To hide a specific field, right-click on it and click Hide. To undo this, click on the action arrow and click Show Hidden Fields. Then you can right-click on it and unhide it. If you'd like to disable the ability for specific or all users to download data, you can change that when you publish, which we'll cover in the next video. In this video, we buttoned up our dashboard, dialing the experience for our user, and ensured a reliable finished product through a QA process. First, we want to hide all the tooltip buttons, make sure we don't confuse our users. And then, thoroughly test everything. And then have your team and close stakeholders test everything. And then test it again. A great first experience for key stakeholder is the goal. Your life will get better if they walk away impressed and excited, and that's a promise. Finally, we want to create any necessary support documentation to ensure your users' most pressing questions are answered. In the next video, we'll dive into the publication process for Tableau Public. In the last video, we made preparations for publication. In this video, we'll be walking through how to publish to Tableau Public and then distributing your work. If you've been following along while working in Tableau Public, you probably already have an idea of what to do, since every time you save your work, you're technically publishing it to the Tableau Public Cloud. When saving, you're first asked to log in to your account, and Tableau proceeds to upload your entire workbook to the server. When it's finished, you're presented with a preview screen and some sharing options. Let's go ahead and open up the workbook in the browser. We have a few options on the workbook overview page. You can reference the web page in which you'll be embedding this viz in the article permalink box. And you can enter a detailed description below. If your workbook contains a single dashboard page, unlike this one with the primary and detail dashboards, you could uncheck Show Sheets as tabs to remove the list of sheets across the top of the viz. If you have multiple dashboards with actions between them, as we do in this dashboard, then that filter action would be disabled, so be careful with that option. You also have the ability to hide the toolbar, which hides the export and revert buttons. And finally, the author byline is the link at the bottom of the viz that allows viewers to jump directly to your profile and see your other Tableau Public workbooks. Remember, at no point should your data be considered private on Tableau Public, even if you hide the export toolbars and data fields. Anyone can download the workbook and access the data source just as you can. Even if you start with, say, an Excel file from your computer, When Tableau saves your workbook, it saves it as a packaged file which includes all of your sheets, calculated fields, formatting, and your compressed data. It's very convenient, but keep in mind it's no longer private. So now that your viz is saved in the cloud, how do you share it? That initial preview screen contains two links that are also accessible from viewing the viz in the browser. The email link on the left is the embedded view of the dashboard. If we enter this into a browser window, we see it live on the Tableau server. The second text box is what you would copy-paste into a web page or blog post in order to embed your viz on the page. I've converted our dashboard into a smaller version of itself and posted it on my blog. Here you can see what it looks like embedded in a web page. It's still fully interactive, and you have the share links as well. To review, we covered the high points of publishing to Tableau Public. When you save your workbook, it's automatically published on Tableau Public, ready to share using the provided links. When you navigate to the workbook overview page on your Tableau Public account, you can set a few options to customize tabs and toolbar visibility, as well as add a description or tags. One final thing to remember is that Tableau Public allows anyone to download the full workbook and data, so don't use any data you don't want the whole world to see. In the next video, we'll cover publication to enterprise solutions, Tableau Server and Tableau Online, which will actually allow you to keep all your work and data private within your organization. In the last video, we walked through the publication of a dashboard on Tableau Public. In this video, we'll be discussing the process of publishing to Tableau Server and Tableau Online, where you can distribute your dashboard to an internal-only audience. To use these, you need a Tableau desktop license. Tableau Public won't work. The main difference between Tableau Server and Tableau Online is that Server is run on your organization's physical hardware and managed in-house by your team, while Online is essentially the same product but hosted in Tableau's cloud and managed by their team. Tableau Server is also available with a per-core license, which can be much more cost-effective for enterprise deployment with hundreds or thousands of users. This discussion and the nuances between them are outside the scope of this course, and there are many people more qualified than me to lead it. But for our purposes, the features and publication process to both are largely similar. To publish, first deselect any selected object on your dashboard, otherwise your dashboard will load with a gray box around that selected object. Then click Server, Publish Workbook, and log on to your server. Now we can choose our publication options, including the project this workbook belongs to, the workbook name, and any tags we'd like to use to help make our dashboard more searchable without cluttering the title. Next, we can choose who should have access to this workbook and what level of access you'd like to grant them. You can name individual users or use groups such as all users or custom groups your administrator may have set up. Additionally, you can customize the permissions for each unique user or group, allowing them to do things like use filters, view the underlying data, download the workbook, and share customized views. Interactor is the role I use for my audience, and editor for my teammates who I want to give full control. Then on the right, you'll select which views each user should be able to see. You'll notice both your worksheets and your dashboards are in this list, but you don't have to select any sheets you only want to display on a dashboard. Those will be included automatically if you select the dashboard. You can think of this box as specifying which tabs the users can view. And below, in the Options area, we can choose whether or not to show sheets as tabs. When this is selected, all published sheets are displayed as a row of tabs across the top of each view. You need to enable this to allow interactions between sheets, but if each dashboard is standalone, you can disable this for faster load times. Show Selections publishes the workbook in its current state, remembering any selections you have currently made. The last checkbox, Include External Files, allows your Excel, Access, text, data extracts, and images to be published with your dashboard and uploaded. Generally, you want this selected. The last button, Scheduling and Authentication, allows you to embed passwords into your data sources and schedule your automatic updates to keep your vizes up to date. Once we click Publish, the resulting screen is nearly identical to publishing on Tableau Public. We're given a preview window and quick links for sharing. One additional feature we have with Tableau Server is the ability to publish data sources to connect to later from multiple workbooks. To get a data source onto Tableau Server, first connect to a data source and create an extract using Tableau Desktop. Then right-click on the data source and choose Publish to Server. After you log in, you'll see a familiar screen allowing you to name it, set the authentication in order to refresh the data later. Depending on the type of data source, you can set a refresh schedule. One caveat is that Tableau Online will not be able to schedule data refreshes from this simple interface, but there are command line tools you can use in order to update your data sources via simple batch scripts and Windows Task Scheduler. While Tableau Server is the most versatile solution for publishing your dashboards, if it's unavailable to you, the alternative is to have your consumers use Tableau Reader, which we'll cover in the next video. In the last video, we covered the publication process for Tableau Server. In this video, we'll be covering the alternative free tool called Tableau Reader. If you're unable to publish to a Tableau server, you lose much of the power of the ease of access through a web browser or iPad app. The alternative is to have your consumers install a program called Tableau Reader, which allows them to open and fully interact with Tableau dashboards created using Tableau Desktop. This can also be used as a proof of concept before investing in a server solution, so you can prove the initial value of bringing your company's data to life using Tableau. When you've created a dashboard in Tableau Desktop that you'd like to share with your consumers, simply save that workbook as a packaged workbook and distribute it to your consumers as you would any other shared document like a PDF or Excel file. You could place it on a shared network location, SharePoint, a thumb drive, or even email it if the file is small enough. Your end user will download a copy or open the file using Tableau Reader and begin to navigate through your workbook immediately. One of the downsides to this approach is the lack of user-level security that a server solution would provide. If someone gets a hold of a Tableau packaged workbook, they possess all the data that was packaged with your dashboards. You could distribute it in a password-protected zip file, but even then, if a user extracts the zip to use it, an unsecured copy is made. Version control is also a consideration, since the data and dashboards are only as fresh as the last time you save and redistribute the file. And you probably wouldn't be able to update any copies your consumers made, which could quickly turn into a version control nightmare. Additionally, every time you upgrade your version of Tableau Desktop to get the latest features and fixes, all your end users must update their version of Tableau Reader. This can be a painful IT task to have to coordinate these updates across even small organizations. If you are unable to use a server solution, Tableau Reader is better than not being able to use Tableau at all, or simply sharing a static image or PDF. But utilizing Tableau Server is really where the robust features for the publishers and simplicity for the consumer shine through. In the next and final video, I'll be wrapping up the course with some closing thoughts, next steps, and resources to help you continue your Tableau momentum. In the last video, we covered the pros and cons of rolling out your dashboards on Tableau Reader. In this video, the final in the course, we'll wrap it up and talk about potential next steps and resources to continue developing your Tableau skill set. Here are a few keys for success in your dashboarding project. Number 1, begin with the end in mind. Invest the time to really understand what the users are after and work backwards from finished product to raw data. Keep each page of your dashboard focused on telling a single story, and use interactivity to move between levels of detail as well as across related topical dashboards. Second, know your audience. Really focus your attention on providing your viewers with the information that enhances their ability to perform in their roles. This can take a lot of effort, but if you can achieve it, you'll be heralded as a rock star. Third, use the best viz for the data. If you're showing a time series, a line chart is a natural way to display a trend. For comparisons, use a bar chart. I have nothing against pie charts for parts of a whole, but only if there are 2 or at most 3 parts. Bar charts are far superior for both speed and accuracy of consuming this information. Fourth, less is more. Strive for a minimalist design, stripping away all clutter until only the information and pixels that add value to the user remain. Finally, invest in dialing in the details. Any effort you exert towards enhancing your user's experience is rarely wasted. Leverage tooltips, contrasting colors, and intuitive navigation to really go for the wow factor. If you're wondering how to get going on your first Tableau project with your day job, I want to leave you with a paraphrased recommendation I heard from Dan Murray, the author of Tableau Your Data. This approach really resonates with how I got started in Tableau. Start off by investing your downtime or nights and weekends on a dashboard project you can complete in under 2 weeks, the free trial period for Tableau Desktop. It's better if you can start this independently with no expectations from your manager or stakeholders in the company. When you've completed it, show the intended audience how easy you've made their life by bringing this data together in an interactive experience. This surprise and delight approach can yield big rewards as a demonstration of your ingenuity and initiative, and it's hard not to greenlight the implementation of something awesome that you've already built. A few awesome resources to keep in mind as you continue to master Tableau: the Tableau Visual Gallery for design inspiration, the free online training videos available on Tableau's website. These are great for learning or refreshing your memory on just about any feature of Tableau. The Tableau forums for any questions you have or help you need using or implementing Tableau. Tableau's collection of white papers with best practices, case studies, and other helpful information in a more verbose format. And finally, Google, where you can find out how to do just about anything, Tableau related or otherwise. Well, that about wraps up the course. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. I truly hope you enjoyed this course and learned a lot along the way. Please feel free to get in touch if you have any feedback or questions about the content of this course, and I'll see you around the Tableau forums. Cheers!